Good morning. Sorry about the weird starting time. I had stuff that I needed to do this morning, but hi! Happy Saturday. Welcome back, too, kinda. I didn't stream all week. I was lost in the Final Fantasy XIV sauce with my friends. But I wanted to get back into things today. Hope everybody had a good week. And if... oh gosh, if I didn't see you since like Paper Mario last week, then I hope you had a good 2 weeks. There we go. I had to set something aside, sorry. So I wanted to mute. You guys didn't need to hear that. We're gonna do something kind of different today. Normally, weekends are like a drawing day, but I finished all my little commission queue, and I really want to hunker down and work on D&D stuff, because I want to DM again. I miss it. It's been too long, but I need to just sit down and focus on it. And my stream days are always really good for that, so we're gonna do that. Swap on over. Now it's stream primary. Technically, the game capture today. Hello! Hi. I'm so used to clicking on my primary scene on the weekends, because it's usually where I capture my tablet and stuff. But not today. Today we're gonna probably... I will probably, like, capture my little Spirit City screen. But I guess I could share, like, my actual Word doc if you guys want. I just don't know if anybody would be interested in it. Or if we're just gonna quietly kind of co-work together, which I like doing. Hang on, let me... Okay, I had to move my fan. I apologize. I don't think it can be heard. When I checked, it couldn't. But if it's too much white noise in the background or something, just let me know, and I'll mute my mic on and off. It's just very hot. It's very hot. It's very warm. Oh, it's very humid. This morning, though, there was a really, really nice, like, thunder lightning storm at 6 a.m. It just poured, and lots of cracks of thunder, and I don't know, it was just nice. It's cozy. Kind of cooled things off a little bit, but also made it very humid. So hopefully you guys are also staying cool. Drinking water. Be careful if you take your SSRIs. You're gonna overheat easier. So make sure you're staying extra hydrated. All my usual reminders. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sleepy Saturday, as usual. I guess I'm not drawing, but I'll put my drawing face on because I only have so many limited PNG tuber expressions. So we'll just work with what we have, I guess. But yeah. That's all I got. If you wanna... oh, well, I guess I should put my little your character here link. I forgot to do it. I'll do it now. Why not? We'll pin it. Oh no! I copied the formatting wrong. There we go. What are there? Because they are open all summer. Just for whenevs. If people are interested. And if not, a biggie. Or there is an option. Okay, great. Alright, let me swap on over. Well, I guess there's nothing really to swap to. I'm just gonna kind of hide our little splash page. On the 4th, it was our 4-year anniversary of our main game, where we're playing tonight, which is also part of why I wanna work on D&D stuff. I wanna be in a D&D mood today. Today is tabletop day. But yeah. So we're gonna be working. And if people want to see my notes for whatever reason, I can share them, I guess, but I feel like Probably not. I think probably people don't mind. It'll be a lot of me back and forth in Microsoft Word, mostly. I'm probably gonna work on, like, like, just the session 0. Because I have kind of the groundworks of the world set up. But I need to refine the session 0 slash first session. I feel like session 0 is going to be just like talking about what rules we want to use, people's characters, answering any questions, things like that, and then maybe doing like a little introductory and then getting settled. And then from there it's going to kind of function West Marches style, in which it's going to be kind of episodic adventures, because I feel like that'll be easier for me to manage as a DM. And easier if people want to kind of jump in and out. I don't mind that. And we'll see what kind of a story it builds up to. It's kind of what I want to do. So that's what we're gonna do. Let me resize my my window so that I can still see OBS if needs be, since I'm on a laptop. I'm on tiny single laptop screen. I don't need to worry about this stuff, I don't think. Actually, I do want to keep this stuff in because I definitely want to go over stuff like, you know, time progression, homebrew content. I don't want to bother with stuff like carry weight. I don't like to deal with the math and dealing with it, so I don't want to make my players deal with it. I guess if somebody really, really wants to, they can. But I think for the most part, I feel like people don't really care. You just kind of use like common sense sort of a thing for it, where it's like, no, you can't carry 8 swords in your one single hand. But if they can figure out a way to do it, I mean, more power to them. But it's never been an issue in the games that I play in, so I'm not concerned. I play with all the same friends. And they're good, smart, respectful people, so. Same thing with spell preparedness. I think I'll just leave that up to them. If they want to do prepared spells, or if they want to just kind of have access to everything. With the limitation of spell slots. I don't mind either way. As a player, I've played with both systems, and both are fun. So. Money, I'm probably just gonna use a gold and silver. I don't want to deal with conversion rates. I have learned. I have dyscalculia. I don't want to bother with numbers. I don't want to bother with numbers. What is this? I do want to kind of borrow elements from other tabletop games though, because I read a lot of other systems while I was trying to decide on what I wanted to use. Because I do genuinely like 5e, but I'm like, there are other good systems out there. And 5e is a system that is very combat heavy, and combat's kind of my least favorite part to run. I like participating in it, but managing it from a DM's point of view, I kind of struggle with. I like to do kind of weird things to make it more engaging, but then I don't think those things always land. And it's supposed to be fun for everybody. But it ended up a lot of the other systems that I looked at were either just as complicated, if not more so, than 5e, or were the complete opposite end of the spectrum and were too improv heavy for my personal tastes and anxiety levels. But I did like a lot of mechanics from other games, so I'm kind of... maybe I'll borrow some. That could be fun. Who are these people? Oh! I remember, these notes are not really relevant. I'll just scroll past them. That I'm not gonna worry about. I'm not gonna worry about that. I need to just make sure if I do share my notes on screen, I need to make sure there's nothing spoilery in them. I like open communication with my players, but I don't want to spoil everything. There's gotta be a little mystery. And actually speaking of, let me just do like a search. No matches, okay, good. I changed his name. I kept saying it. Oh, you know. Here's my edit. What am I looking for? Oh, here it is. Replace with this. Replace all. Yes. Boo boo boo. Thanks. Okay. Forgot that I called the stables unbridled enthusiasm. Very silly. I need to decide how heavy I'm gonna go on pun names, because I do like pun names, and I like nominative determinism. But I have to decide on how much I want to get into that. These are puzzles. So maybe I don't need these actually. Let's talk. Yeah. I did see somebody talk about like a Star Forge, and in this setting there would be canonically like starfaring folk that are kind of nomadic archivists, and I with that in mind, I had wanted to put like little how do I hide you? I had wanted to put like little meteorite drop caches and stuff for them. Just like around the world, just little like things that they could go find, or they'd have a chance to find, or maybe little quests, like little side quests that they could do. But then I saw someone come up with like a Star Forge. I was like, oh, that's really cool. I want to use that too. But that wouldn't be a session 0 thing, so I'm gonna try not to focus on it. I'm trying to focus on the important, relevant stuff. We can always expand from there later. Okay, so I can close out. Don't need that. Don't need that. Oh, I do kind of need this. Oh my gosh! Good morning, Blue! A minute ago. Oh my god! Thank you for 4 months! Good morning and welcome in! And thank you so much for the 4 months. Enjoy your lack of ads that I have no control over. Your adorable little emotes. And your little crayon badge. Well, you have the first founder's badge. But welcome in! How have you been? How did you sleep? And how has your week been? I'm comparing my notes right now. Finding what stuff needs to go into my official doc versus what can stay in Google Docs. This can go here. We're in a heat wave with no air conditioning. Yeah, I have just a fan as well. It's rough. I hope you guys are managing to stay cool as you can, as much as you can. Staying hydrated, which always seems like kind of an empty platitude advice, but is very important. Keeping up fruits and stuff. I feel like this summer's been really... Yeah, it happens quick. I get dehydrated really easily too. I'm very susceptible to like heat exhaustion and headaches, and the summer I kind of struggle a little bit. Also good to take kind of like lukewarm to cool showers. You don't want to take ice cold showers because they feel good, but it can kind of mess with you a little bit. And definitely don't take hot showers. The heat, I have that like post-nap mouthfeel just all the time. Yeah. I'm not going to look at it. Okay. Yeah. I always get the problem where I try to hydrate so much that then the water just kind of sits in my stomach. It doesn't actually absorb. And then I just feel miserable. And I'm like, I don't understand why I'm not hydrated. I need to grab this. I think I just need to grab all of this, actually. Yes, I do. Oh god, this is like pages of stuff. No, that's not that much. Well, it wasn't not that much. Maybe make it 5. Working at Renfair, I learned all the tips about how to drink to stay hydrated with pickles in the fridge. That's very tempting. You could. Excuse me. What header is this? Is this 2? No, it's header 1. This is header 1. This is header 2. Electrolytes, baby. Yeah, there have been a couple times where I was so overheated, that I was literally like, okay, I've been drinking water, but I feel like I'm still about to have something terrible happen to me via heat, and we didn't like we hadn't gone to the grocery store, so there was kind of like nothing in the house. We didn't even have like bananas or anything. And I was like, man, I need electrolytes. What can I have? And I ended up, I was like, well, this isn't healthy for me, but it has salt, and I ate like sweet and sour, or sour cream and onion potato chips, and it actually helped. I was like, I felt bad because I was like, I should be eating something healthy to help me like stay hydrated and stuff. But we didn't really have anything. We had chips, and the salt actually did help. Okay, for sure need to do another name switch. Okay. I'm gonna change this header to other game because I do like this. If your style bounces off, it could be a problem with the saying about times and solutions. Weird problems require weird solutions. Yes, yeah. Modern problems require modern solutions. Exactly. And again, like, I mean, it worked. So. Okay, I'm gonna put this up here. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have. This is the other modern, yeah, this is the other reason why I'm a little hesitant to share like my screen of what I'm actually working on versus just the little Spirit City, is because a lot of it is me kind of collage pasting my Word doc, and I don't know if that's something that people care about or want to see. I don't know if that's particularly interesting to people, or if it would just drive them batty. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this. Case in point, I'm gonna cut and paste this. Put that there. I should be worried about spoiling things for my players because I know some of them. Yeah, yeah, this is just for a session 0, and one of the big spoilers in it is not mentioned in these notes, so I kind of have like the general overarching idea ready to go, with plenty of room to be changed and so on and so forth, of course. But I'm like, I need to just get the game going, because if I get the game going, then from there I can lay down the tracks, so to speak, after that point. But a lot of my hesitation was trying to find a system that I wanted to run in. Yeah, new game, because I mostly run one-shots, just kind of like testing different mechanics and ideas. And I think I kind of got a grasp on the type of game that I want to run. If people want to play with me, I guess, is the other thing. Because a lot of my friends are already in long-term games, so I understand not wanting to take on too many. But I kind of wanted to just be an adventure. I'm doing a little swinging with my arm adventure. So hopefully if it's maybe not too high stakes. I did do a one-shot earlier this year. What did you settle on? I just settled on 5e because I know it very well, and I know it well enough that a lot of the one-shots that I've run in the past, I've been able to kind of finagle with the mechanics in a way that is still true to 5e's core mechanics, but are silly and weird. Like, I've run like game shows and stuff in 5e. I've run like, they were usually thematic games, to make them fun and kind of like holiday appropriate. So like, I ran it was supposed to be a Valentine's Day like game show, but life circumstances I couldn't run it at the time. But it was still that theme of like, you gotta make it across the board and you win a prize and you get to go out on like a an all expenses paid vacation and stuff. and they had to fill out a Google form beforehand that answered like quote unquote like dating show questions of like, what's your type, what's your ideal date, what's your love language and stuff. And that actually fed into oh my god, I just realized that I have my base. Get out of here. That fed into like what kind of monster was tailor made to fight them on the board. So the answers that they gave impacted the type of monster that I chose and then what abilities it had. Then I ran a one-shot where they had to deliver toys to an orphanage for Santa out in the mountains, so it was kind of exploratory and how well they could follow directions. And so there was one part where they had to if they wanted a rest, they came across like essentially a ghost cabin that was genuinely a safe place for them to rest. Like they could stay there and time would warp, and they could stay there as long as they wanted without losing time, because each leg of the journey counted down. So depending on what they did, they could either get through it quickly or it would take longer, or so on and so forth. But the rule of the cabin was like, you can stay here, you be comfortable, anything you need is here, but just don't go in the caretaker's room and don't touch anything in there. Like that's her private area, the ghost. And so one player was like, I'm gonna go in there and take stuff, and almost got them kicked out. And if they had gotten kicked out, they would have gone all the way back to the beginning and would have had no hope of getting there in time. But he didn't. He backed off. So just, I like playing with little things like that as tests. But I want to run a long-term game. I want to play with my friends. And a recent one-shot that I did early this year was kind of like essentially a boss fight one-shot where they had to progress. They were like the hero. Yeah! Please, by all means. It's very good. There was one thing that I really liked, because when I was trying other when I was trying other systems, 13th Age, I liked a lot from 13th Age until ironically I got to the combat part, which is combat is why I was looking at alternative systems. And then I do not like combat in 13th Age. It is very confusing and convoluted. I don't know if additional supplements since it was initially published have made it better, but I was like, I already just read like a 500 to 700 page manual front to back because I just like to do that. And I was not impressed, and I was like, I don't really want to read an extra 200 pages to see if they fix this. But one thing I did like about 13th Age, well, there were a lot of things, but one of the things relevant to this particular discussion is they did travel in montages, so you don't actually go through the process of like describing of like, okay, you guys go here and you make camp and you make these checks. You kind of just, the way that 13th Age worked was that one player presents an obstacle in the way, like just pure improv. They're just like, you know, okay, player A, what is the obstacle that you guys are going to run into getting from point A to point B? And so they present it. Okay, now player B, what is a possible solution? And player B is like, okay, we deal with it this way. And then player C is like, okay, then what do you think is the result of that? So you kind of like put it more on your players to come up with how it goes. And then because you're doing that, you're just kind of skipping over it. So if you don't really like that aspect, or you want to just get from point A to point B, it's kind of a fun way that there are still things that happen, your characters can still influence them, and there are still results from it, but you don't need to spend like an entire 2 hours real time on it if you don't want to. I don't mind doing it, but I think it's kind of like a fun idea, especially if for times, for like little adventures, if you want to just kind of get into it instead of just being like, okay, you guys just get there, no problem. It still lets you skip ahead without like taking a real session time, so you can just get into the thing, which I think that's kind of a cool idea. So I have a little bullet point here in like my other game mechanics from other games that I've watched and read about and things like that I'm kind of interested in borrowing if my players are down for it. Like, I like the idea of escalation die from 13th Age, which is first round of combat stays static, second round of combat, you turn your d6 to 1. And so if you attack, or your players attack or do something on that round, they get a static +1 to whatever they're doing. So it kind of incentivizes combat to go on longer in a way, which seems like, oh my god, combat goes on for so long, why do you want to make it longer? I think it's actually kind of nice because, right, the way that like 5e combat works is right out the gate you want to use every powerful spell and ability and stop combat as fast as possible. You know, which I understand, but I also like the idea of like, it gives you an incentive to let combat go on for a little longer, so that, you know, by like the 6th, 7th round of combat, your escalation die is at its max of a d6, so everybody gets to add a +6 to whatever they're doing. So it's almost like you're charging up your attack, or you're laying the groundwork of like different positions and stuff. And also players that like don't have really powerful spells, that can't just come out the gate just blasting with like a fireball, if combat goes on long enough, they still get the benefit of additional strength that other players kind of have by default, which is nice. So I kind of like things like that. I don't know if we'll use them, but I like the idea of them. But mostly right now I need to work on the setting. Actually, I need to save this document. More options, please. Browse. Here's. I'm just gonna call it this. Okay. I really only played D&D 3.5. And 5's mechanics like that mind-boggling. Yeah, I've heard, I was actually talking to someone the other night that says that I think 3 or 3.5 is his favorite. That's what he plays in a lot, which I've never played it. I don't know too much about it. I also really wanted to like Dungeon World. But it was kind of structured of like for more one-shot adventures. You can very easily play it in like long-form games. They have a whole system for leveling and stuff, but I don't know. I think Powered by the Apocalypse games are fun, but they require too much improv for me, which I don't do well with it. I need to have at least a base skeleton to kind of work off of. So if I'm going to be doing that level of prep anyway, then a game that's more about improv is probably not for me. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, you know, not how my brain works. Which is why I was excited about games like 13th Age, because it seemed like the roleplay aspect of it was very much that of like, it had structure, but required more like player human input, which I liked. But then I got to the combat section and I was like, oh, this is a nightmare. Actually, never mind. Just kidding. I was raised at 3.5 when I was really young, but 5e came out after a spell. Not really playing for several years. I was a young teen, so 5e. Yeah, I mean, I really like 5e. I genuinely enjoy it. I think if I didn't jive with the system by now, I would be. I'm a very opinionated person. If I did not like 5e, I'd be like, this fucking sucks. I am not having fun with this. So I do genuinely like 5e. I am curious about like 3.5 and even 4e. I know 4e is very divisive, but I like the enemy and like monster design. I definitely steal a lot of principles from 4e for how I run monsters, of doing like action-oriented like baddies and NPCs. So they don't have a full stat sheet, they kind of have like core stats for the sake of like, you know, 5e mechanics and saving throws, but then they have like, this is their action, this is their reaction, this is their bonus action. And keeping it kind of simplified and streamlined like that is way easier for me to run them. And it makes it more interesting of like how they work together and stuff if they're in a group and all that. Mmm. I want to try playing the system Critical Role people made for Candle Obscura called Eliminated Worlds. Interesting. I've only seen like a little bit of their Candle Obscura stuff. I did not realize that they added like their whole thing. I guess that makes sense. Because they put out, or they are in the process of putting out their own system as well, right? Am I crazy? Did I imagine that? I forget what it was called. I'm kind of surprised some of my friends haven't played Candle Obscura. I guess it's just a matter of people like playing it and excuse me, and learning it and stuff. And I feel like a lot of my friends would really like the flavor of it. I'm really not sure. I've been following it closely. Yeah, I kind of like only watch Critical Role stuff on the periphery. I was super into it for the Mighty Nein campaign, and then I tried to keep up for this third campaign, and I just couldn't get into it. Loved all the characters, and I love all like the people on the show. I think the essentially the actors and stuff. But I just couldn't click with the plot, and then the episodes are so long that it was hard for me to keep up. But it happens. Like, I'm listening to Legends of Evantress now. They're like Once Upon a Witchlight campaign. First of all, super fun, really funny. And I was thinking about it today before stream that I was like, this is kind of the game that I want to run, where it has room for my friends to be goofy and silly and make jokes and hang out with their characters. But then when it comes time for maybe more serious moments, like, we can still have those moments. But those episodes are maybe like 2.5 to 3 hours, and they feel like they go kind of quick. So it's a lot easier for me to watch than kind of like 4-hour episodes. Which, I mean, it's fine, like, it's a live play, that's the point, but my brain. Let's see if I can adapt Eliminated Worlds to one of my current D&D campaigns, but it doesn't seem like a great system for kind of more like one-shots or like short games. Yeah. That was kind of my hesitation with Dungeon World, is like, it definitely allows for long-form games, because as you level up higher, you know, you require more XP to level up and so on and so forth. But because you get XP every time you fail, like, frankly, there are some D&D sessions, because there was one session where we tracked it, where we literally rolled, I think out of 40 rolls, over 50% were 10 and under, and some nights we roll like 5 natural ones in a row. And I'm like, that's a lot of... Well, first of all, that's not very fun, frankly. Because it's like, okay, it's funny, haha, we rolled, wow, what are the chances of 2 natural ones in a row? And then you're like 3 hours into the game and you keep rolling natural ones, you're like, oh my god, I can't do anything, this sucks. Which is just kind of the nature of dice-based games, but it can be frustrating. Which, on one hand, Powered by the Apocalypse is great because you fail forward, and you get XP for failing. But then I'm like, well, if we're rolling this badly normally, frankly, that means we're gonna level up really fast in a game like Dungeon World. And once you reach max level, mechanically, by the book, your character retires. Like, you don't play that character anymore. You don't just cap out. You're supposed to retire them and then start a brand new character. Or multi-class, which is kind of tricky to do. And I'm like, I don't know if I really like... I guess you could just... player agreement, just keep playing, but... I don't know. Like, the game is meant to be played in this way. Like, it's structured to... You max out your character, you play a new one. So it's like, well, that's a core mechanic of the system. I don't know how much I'd want to mess with that, because then it might impact how other mechanics in the game work, you know? Hi, Fish Mage! Hello, welcome in! What a cute little flower emote! That's so cute! Christiana, very cute. How are you doing, Fish Mage? How's your week been? Or 2 weeks, because it's kind of been a while. I haven't streamed all week. Incredible was definitely a lot every turn. Yeah, they're kind of dense, which I mean is fun, and I enjoyed it with the Mighty Nine campaign, but it can be hard to keep up sometimes. Illuminated Worlds is designed around these 3 to 4 session stories. Like the investigators go on one job and they die or they don't. Yeah, I get that. That's kind of fun in a way. But if you're trying to structure a more long-form game, then you're almost like end up stringing these little adventures together, which is kind of how a long-form game works. But if mechanically your character's not really supposed to do that, yeah, I would probably be worried about how that might affect it. And maybe it doesn't. I'm not familiar with the system, but I played Zini Zone Zero for 3 hours. I saw, I think, Winx playing that game. Or was it Winx or was it Flays? I don't remember. One of my peeps in my little Twitch circle were played that game for like 6 hours. I'm not familiar with it though. I hadn't heard of it until I saw them talking about streaming it. And then apparently it's very, very good. According to both of you, it's very good. I'm kind of maybe I should Google it real quick. Let's see. Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, it's an action RPG. Interesting. It kicks ass. I'll have to look into it more after stream or off stream. Cause I had not heard of it, and then now it seems like everybody's playing. So I guess it came out recently. Well, I'm glad you're having fun. A couple of days ago. Okay, so very recent. This week. Okay, I think... Here's the thing. Do I work on the main city? Or do I should work on, like, playable races / lineages. I feel like I'm no-lifing this thing. I mean, if you're having fun and, like, you have time off, you know, to play it. Listen, like I said to my friend the other day, is I believe in life with just mild hedonism. You gotta be responsible, you gotta take care of your responsibilities, and, you know, do all that proper adulting stuff. But you know what? If you got free time, hang out with your friends, eat good food, play games, relax, that's what life is about. You gotta find a nice balance of doing both. Mild hedonism. Preparation should come first. Yeah. Yeah, and especially because if I want people to, like, if I want this to get off the ground, they need to be able to, like, pick what they want. And I really like the idea of giving player freedom in which they can play whatever they want. But since this is a world in which I am building, I'm like for example, like my friends in the initial one-shot, that was kind of almost like a prologue one-shot for this, 2 of them wanted to play Githyanki, which is fine, and for the one-shot I was like, I don't care, whatever. But then I was like, wait, if this is the prologue, then that means like Gith are canon in the bigger universe, because I don't want to just erase or like change their characters. But I'm like, now I have to put Gith in the setting, which is kind of what I was like, okay, I can make that work because they can be like the seafaring archivists, because they both ended up playing kind of like more magic, like archaeologists almost in a way, which is kind of funny that they both made these characters separately, and then they had like similar backstory vibes, which is very cool. And I was like, oh, you guys would get along, that's cute. But I'm like, if they pick something kind of quote-unquote out there, then I have to then adapt it into the world. Even if I don't have to do it immediately, I will have to do it eventually. And that's just frankly more work for me. When I finish, I'll lock in. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoyed it in the meantime. It seems very fun if people are like jumping into it with such enthusiasm. Someone who spent 3 years running a campaign in one city, the city can come later. Yeah. Yeah, I think if I were to I think the only part of the city that I'm gonna work on initially is gonna be like kind of where they're staying, like that very like surface area when they get there, because the city is important. I want it to be like a hub city. As long as they're there, mechanically meta, they are safe. Like they're not gonna any quote-unquote adventures that take place in the city are going to be more of plot hooks that then they leave and they go out into the world, and that's where the danger is. So the city's mostly going to be like shops and kind of passive stuff anyway. I do have a few things set up, but I think the only thing that needs to be fleshed out would be like where they will actually be staying, which might also change because maybe they're like, I have family in the city, that I'll stay with them, and I'll be like, okay, great. I don't know. But then also, I guess when we get into playing it, things will change, which is fine. The story is very good. Nice. Nice. I know I'm gonna have to go look this game up now. There's such raving reviews. I should probably, I feel like it was Flays that was playing it. Flays Fires. He was a very sweet bean. Yeah. She's cute. She's very sweet. You should go check her out. But yeah, so I feel bad about like limiting my players, be like, you can't play this type of character, but you know, frankly, I've been in games as a player where the DM is like, you can only play these characters, like these like lineages and stuff, and it was never a problem, so maybe it's okay if I do it too. I'm just always so scared about setting too many ground rules. Like, I struggle with, like, even in a game setting of, like, am I setting just a simple boundary that's not a problem, or am I going to limit my friend's creativity? Because I don't want to do that. I don't want them to feel like they can't do X, Y, and Z. And I'll try to include as many as I can. If it makes things make sense later, it's worth setting yourself up for success and they'll find loopholes. That's true. That's very true. That is very true. Running a game set in an Underdark only world, so I set the rule you can only be a race that has dark vision. I mean, and that makes sense. I feel like one of them probably came back with like, I have this version of dark vision, which is cool. If I put a article in front of that, I don't think you're correct, Microsoft Word. I think that is singular. Like, well, what if I have this homebrew Dragonborn that has dark vision? That's really funny. Yeah, my friends affectionately are like that. I guess I can trust them to, Oh, there's my focus message. Okay, Stream Elements, that's fine. When I was drawing the other stream, it just never came up. Whatever, it's fine. It made sense because it was Dragonborn, like Deep Dragon's Answers D. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's cool. And I love homebrew stuff like that. So if my friends pretty openly use homebrew stuff, and come to me with like, hey, I want to play like this homebrew class or use this item or whatever. I'm like, as long as I can look at it and make sure it's not broken, I don't care. And I also trust my friends to not pick things that are completely broken. They're very good about that, which I appreciate. I think my thing is gonna be... I kind of have everybody else, all the other lineages kind of worked out. The ones that I need fleshing out more are probably the Fae folk. Because when I think about Fae folk races, I'm like, well, then I have to think about Fae politics. And that's a lot to think about just right at the beginning. Your birds say hi! Oh my gosh, hi, blues birds! They're so cute. What kind of birds do you have? Do you have like little budgies or parrots or anything? Fae I know. Because even if I break them down into like individual Fae courts, where it's like they kind of just keep to themselves and do their own things, they still have their own unique identities. Oh my god, I still have to write them. Two little conures, Gimli and Beatrice. That's so cute. Little children. I'm glad they're having a bebopping day. I think my child's just chilling somewhere. Oh yeah, she's up on her little shelf. She'll lay down. I kind of wrote a little bit of something for most of them, except for Bugbear, Hobgoblin, and Orc. Because mostly anything that I've written, like, I'm not going to change them statistically. I'm not going to change their core mechanics, because I'm not here to design a game. I'm not here for that. But I do need to change like their flavor just a little bit to make sense. Because like for Gith, for example, I don't mind those being in this world, but it's not Faerun. So I have to change their flavor, which I already did. Which they're basically just like starfaring scholars, adventurers, archivists, and more. But there's something weird about the Earth world that interferes with like their ability to travel between Earth and space, because there were two characters in my initial like little prequel one-shot that they had both picked Gith characters, and I was like, well, if they're from space and they have space travel, then why don't they just solve these problems with space powers? And I was like, well, what if they came down here and they got stuck? They couldn't go back up into space. They couldn't go back to their people. Maybe there's just something weird magnetically about the planet. I don't have to say what that is. I could just be like, I don't know. Here's just a vague stipulation. Nobody knows. Because there's plenty of things that we don't know about our planet. You know, we understand four truths, but we may not necessarily understand why. Miscellaneous. Mermaid's cat Kiki! Hi, Kiki! Kitten. Playing her like a bongo. Pat that belly. Pat that belly. Okay, I need flavor for Bugbear. I think also my other thing is that when I try to look for flavor for a lot of these lineages is I like to look at their real world folklore and mythology for inspiration. Excuse me, but a lot of this stuff is all they're all just kind of synonyms for each other. So it's hard to be like orcs and hobgoblins and, you know, little house spirits and stuff are all kind of the same thing, vaguely. Like, they have different variations, but it's very small. They have such distinct identities in games, in tabletop games, because they were just kind of established to be that way years ago. Hey, enjoy your lurk and thank you for hanging out. Enjoy your bagel too. I'm occasionally munching on a cheese Danish. So I apologize for that, but I'm hungry. I didn't really have time to eat before stream. So what do I have so far? Under humanoid, I have dwarf, elf, half-orc, halfling. Oh! Another thing I wanted to do is I kind of wanted their ages to be not so super bonker. Oh, actually, I already wrote that for myself. Nice job, past me. Dwarf, elf, half-orc, halfling, half-human. And then I have Animalian. Excuse me. I have Aarakocra, Centaur, Deep Gnome, Dragonborn, Gnome, Rung, Aragon, because I like frogs and rabbits, so of course I have to have them in this. Kenku, Kobolds, Lizardfolk, Tabaxi, Tortle, Yuan-Ti. And then the Feyfolk. Bugbear, Changeling, Eladrin, Fairy, Goblin, Hagspawn, Hobgoblin, and Orc, which only 3 of those need to be fleshed out. And the miscellaneous, Asimar, Genasi, Gith, and Tiefling. And then the Living Dead. Which is probably going to end up coming down to homebrew stuff. Because that's if they want to play like skeletons, vampires, revenants. I guess a zombie if they want wights and Shadar-kai. And then other stuff. I need to just real quick. I don't know. What do I have for the gift? Really seen on Earth. Although Apros and Sukla shed light on them as people. They're starfaring scholars, adventurers, archivists, and more. It'd be something of panacea that interferes with their ability to travel between Earth and space. I guess that's okay. I don't want these to be too specific that it's, again, it's stifling creativity. I did forget the verb, correct. Add to dictionary. Dictionary. Shouldn't. No. Well, that far. Whatever, very small flying fey. I don't have pixies, but I don't really want pixies. Do the core rules say how big berries are? Pardon me. Yoey. Oh my gosh, excuse me. Alright, clear my throat. My apologies. Wee folk, but not nearly so much as their pixie and sprite friends. They are schmoll. Okay, so they're just kind of schmoll. I'm gonna put them at a... I'm gonna put them at like 1 to 2 feet tall, I think. Because I feel like Pixie is like hand size, but they're not quite that small. Welcome back! What kind of bagel did you make? Bagel. Those are so good. Ooh, sweet onion. Interesting. That's pretty good. Goblins. Minotaur with 3 feet. Physical transfer back to the native landscape. Laws for digging. Reptilian features for temperature and so on. Ag spawn. Okay. I need to Google bugbears. What a scary statue. Comparable to the boogeyman. All of which were historically used in some cultures to frighten disobedient children. Great. Apparently bugbears are in My Little Pony. I never knew. In medieval England, the bugbear is depicted as a creepy bear that lurked in the woods to scare children. See also moss people? Oh, okay. Sprite. Worry cow. I'm gonna go look at that. And yokai. Ooh. That could be an interesting take. Let's see, what is a worry cow? I'm imagining I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but... Okay, it's just kind of a general spooky goblin creature. Well, this didn't help at all. What other? Actually, let me go back to that and let me look at the sources. I'm sorry, wait. What is this? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess it's okay if they're just big, furry guys. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. I think I was I using Mordekainen as the... Yes, I was, okay. I don't mind other source material, but that's the one that I'm using as a default. Hard region, long bow. Interesting. I'm gonna copy paste this little description in here for reference. Okay, wow. That did not copy paste well. That's fine. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna steal this flavor text. Actually, no, I'm not. Yes, I am, actually. Just a little bit. So I'm gonna be super tall. I do kind of like the idea of them being bogeymen. That's fun. And that is, at least in the original Faerunian lore, is that they are still kind of spooky guys. And I do like that. That's kind of fun. Excuse me. I like them being spooky little gentlemen. Hello, Jeremy. Good morning. I'm working on D&D stuff. Because if I don't have scheduled times in which I work on things, I simply don't do them. How are you doing today? Guess I wonder. Let's see. Where's my What if I don't do this? What if I do? Had to do 7 Final Fantasy. Yeah! Yeah, yeah! Are you guys gonna do more leveling? Ashley's really leveled her dancer, like, super fast. I'm very impressed. Because she's already, like, 79, 80, right? Oh, I think she hit 80 last night, because she was asking about Zadner. That's 79 and I hit 81. Nice! Very nice. I hope she's also enjoying it. I like Dancer. Dancer's fun. Good. It's just chill. And I feel like aesthetically, excuse me, it's her vibes. Because I really like the animations and stuff for too. They're flashy, they're pretty. No idea what we're doing in D&D tonight. If there's or not. Yeah. I don't really know what we're doing. Excuse me. Because we beat old dude, we gotta talk to the lady in charge. Maybe like, hey. So we killed him, we're just gonna take his arm if that's cool. I don't think she cares. I think we already talked about it with her. And then I guess, yeah, either we're gonna go... I feel like probably either the Mind Flayer thing or we'll just go home. Because there's really nothing else for us to do out here. At least that was, like, planned. Maybe we should do the Mind Flayer thing. For that very reason, because we didn't really plan anything else. Mind Flayers is legit just side joke that's important. It's just something I had in mind. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm also worried about, like, excuse me, if we just go home, then what are we gonna do? I mean, there are things for us to do, but A, like, what is already set up and ready to go on your end versus if people even have ideas. So maybe doing, like, the Mind Flayer stuff would be better. Hello, Eli! Welcome in! Hello, hello. Good morning. How are you doing? I love the little Renee emote. It's so good. So good. You're so good! I'm glad to hear it. How has your week been? Not streamed all week. I haven't had time to catch up with you guys. Renee's emotes are fantastic. They're so good. Renee's whole setup is so cool. A lot of my stuff is gonna be improv regardless of what we do, if I'm honest. Like, I have loose ideas, but I don't want to force y'all to go. I mean, that's fair. But still, I don't want to put too much burden of improv on you, you know? It's one thing to, like, we kind of all pivot as a group versus we don't tell you what we want to do and then we're just like, hey, can we go to this whole brand new area? Like, that's not fair. That's not fair. I don't know. I don't want to do that. Fridge died on Sunday and will be fixed. Oh no! Oh no! What are you gonna do with all your food and stuff? Oh my god. Well, I guess it's already been a week. Oh my god, that sucks. I'm sorry. And of course it dies in the middle of summer. Like, cause of course. It couldn't have done it in the middle of the winter when you can kind of improvise. It's gone, you just don't have it anymore. Oh my god. The food is, yeah. God, that sucks. I'm sorry. Because even if it had happened in winter and you could kind of like improvise with like coolers and stuff to kind of help preserve stuff a little longer. No, it has to be right in the middle of summer. A mini fridge for drinks. We salvage the refrigerated food, but the frozen. Oh yeah, no, it's toast. For sure. I think it'll be a group discussion I can just from there. Yeah, we'll figure it out. There's plenty of possibilities. We had that happen a while back too. I had to replace nearly everything. We're lucky enough to have help to replace the fridge. Also, hi Ash! Good morning! Yeah, it sucks. That's always our first concern whenever we lose power is like, oh god, the fridge. The fridge. Honestly, part of why we keep ice packs and stuff in the fridge ready to go. And because, I mean, if you ever just need an ice pack, you can just grab it and go. But also, you lose power. You got stuff for it. It won't save much, but it can help buy you some time. Okay. Right. Bugbears are spooky gentlemen. Okay, this is the other thing, is I want to set a lot of stuff up in advance for this game. But then I'm like, nobody's gonna read this. And I don't mean that disparagingly. It's a reality of, I'm like, people aren't gonna read this. But I want to give people, like, the benefit of having this inside information of, like, this is a new setting. So here's, like, a quick little tagline for everything. See what you vibe with, and then go from there. It helps you have some stuff to read if they want. Well, exactly. I spent so much time reading lore and history, I'm like, no one fucking cares. Which sucks because, like, as a person who consumes and reads this stuff, I do like reading it. Like, and I always like reading it for my friends, whether it's like their original stuff or stuff for a tabletop game. Like, I like reading it. But I'm also a person that, like with 13th Age, I read front to back the entire player's manual of like 500 to 700 pages, because that's just the type of person I am. And I don't think it's unreasonable if most people aren't like that. So I can't base I can't project my experiences in the things that I enjoy doing on other people, especially on a group of people that most of us have ADHD and aren't gonna sit there and read. So it's like completely understandable. It's a balancing act. Yeah, even as the designated note taker, the other players barely read my notes and they're publicly. Yeah, Eli, I'm the note taker. I am the note taker. I have like 700 pages of notes because I kind of transcribe. So I take notes, but then I also will like write down conversations because I just like reading back our jokes and stuff. Better to have and not need it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Eli, I'm kind of neurotic. So I really like taking notes. Know what a game takes? Yeah. Suki's notes make the ADHD happy and easier to read in a good way. Yeah, Dean's been kind of bad lately. It seems like he's been kind of very distracted. And I guess I just hope everything's okay, but also... Come on, Dean. Maybe my party could take good notes, which is why we just started recording it. Yeah. I try to keep up in... Okay. I need to take notes because I don't know what it is, because I have no official diagnoses. But I know for a fact I have things like dyscalculia, which means that I can confidently say that I have an audio processing disorder. People say things to me and it does not register at first. It will either take me a while for it to click, or I will have to go back over it, or I have to see it visually. So taking notes helps me engage with what I'm listening to. And yeah, I have lag. Yeah. No, literally, yeah, like I have lag, and so I have to take notes at least a little bit, which I feel bad because I have to do it in work too. Is if I go into like a work meeting and I have to ask a question, and then they'll answer the developers will answer my question, which is great, and they answer them so well, and I'm taking notes because they're answering it so well. But then they'll finish answering and there's this like moment of silence before I respond, and I have to clarify like, yes, thank you, that's perfect, I'm just writing it down because it's such a good answer, I need to preserve it. Because if I don't take notes, I'm like, if I don't write it down, I'm not gonna remember. So I have to do the same thing with D&D, is I have to try to take notes while still engaging, and a moment of silence for my answer. Exactly, it's like just I have to buffer for a second. And that's also partially why, like, when then I am the one to be in a conversation, I'm improvising, I'm usually not taking notes. If I'm actively talking, kind of like how I'm talking to you guys now, I'm not taking notes because I can't do both at the same time. I may be able to jot down like a quick thing here or there, but then I'll usually have to go back as I'll record our sessions, and then I'll go back through, listen to them, and transcribe them, which is why you're like, wow, Tsuki, your notes are so uncannily verbatim. Uh-huh, they sure are. I don't do anything with the recordings. They are completely 100% for me. But that's why, but because I do that and I know I'll have the recording, is that then I'll be able to safely engage with the conversation that, you know, Lucy is having without worrying. I have to both have this conversation in character with her knowledge of what's going on, but then also I have to remember as the player. I don't have to worry about that. I can just engage as the character, and then later I can go back to the recording, transcribe it, both then remember what was going on and internalizing it, but then also it's there for the notes. I try to do both, but it can be hard. Kevin makes you feel better, but I listen to our games and pay so much better attention when I'm drawing when we play. Yeah! Oh, silence. Did you write? Yeah, I write down my notes manually. Yeah, I have a I use Microsoft Word and I just take notes. I just take notes like that. I use bullet points, and so every like new line that someone says, is a bullet point, and then if it's like a single conversation that I'm transcribing, I'll just indent it so it's all under the same thing. Oh man, no, I can't write fast enough. No, I use Microsoft Word. Yeah. I think it would be cute. I think if I were to take notes on paper, I would do like a character journal, because I love seeing those. Those are so cute. It's such a clever idea. But I can't write fast enough. If I knew shorthand, I probably could, but I don't know shorthand. You're saying is you need a note taker for our note taker. Yeah. Yeah. So I use notions that other players could help writing notes. Yeah, I feel like our players don't. I love my friends a lot. They do not take notes. But to be fair, you guys don't really need to take notes. Like, you guys remember stuff fine. I don't, which is why I have to write stuff down. I play D&D. I know. I know. We're gonna play tonight, which is lovely. I get to have a D&D stream, and then I actually get to play tonight instead of being in the mood. But then I can't scratch the itch. Oh, it's the wrap program. Yeah. Like, I wish I was a person that I didn't need to take such meticulous notes. Like, Phil doesn't need to take notes, but he's very good about remembering stuff. Dean, I think, he'll write stuff down, but he'll put it on his character sheet. And I'm just like, I look at, like, Lucy's character sheets, and I'm like, how do you have room? How do you have room for plot-relevant stuff on here? There's no room! We have so many character notes! But I guess if it works for him, then whatevs. Yeah, actually I'm kind of curious, because what, my current Lucy doc, which is from it's from August of last year to today. So it's actually kind of a shorter. It is 63 pages. And what about my old one? My old one I think is from the original. No. Oh, we're on doc 3. That's why it's only 63 pages. So the second notes. I have to see. This is gonna be absurd. Come on, Microsoft. You know you want to load. It's 233 pages. Is that one. And the original 2021 is, let's see. This one's chunky. The first two are kind of chunky because I had to split them up. Is 295. Now, to be fair, yes, I love Reb's little pug. It's so cute. That's why I did model ours because it was so cute. Reb's emotes are they're exceptional. I love Broken Melvin dance. And I'm really glad that they decided to keep it. Because I love it. I love the little Matrix dance. It's so good. Also, our emotes pop up on stream now. So if you do a little emote, they pop up on stream! I enabled it in Stream Elements because I thought it was cute. Yeah! Grab. We gotta get more. I'm hoping to get more emote slots soon, and then I'll be able to move them down to like tier 1. I think follower emotes are always only 5 slots, but I think tier 1 I'll be able to get more soon. But yeah. Oh yeah. But my Lucy notes, in my defense, they're very long, but it's because at the very, very beginning, I have some bullet points for characters. I have main characters, then I have secondary characters, which honestly I could probably scale back. A lot of these people's like, we're probably not gonna meet the man. I have locations, and then I have plot points. So all the different little plot threads, and then at the very end of the notes, end of my notes, is just assorted stuff. Like I have a headpad. Oh, let me see if I can. Does that work? Okay. See if that will work for the link. Yeah, I have head pet counter, hug counter, and then I have miscellaneous goals. Oh no, I could have just untimed you, it's okay. I don't have it that strict, it's just for like spam bots that come in to stop them. Like it's all subscriber points. Yeah, that's okay. And then, yeah, I have Finley's book of who's in Finley's book, I have what's in our vault, and then the bag of holding. And then I have the 6 levels of exhaustion, because Lucy gets exhausted so much. So I just keep them in my notes. So it's like, yeah, my notes are like 300 pages each, but probably a good like 20 of those pages in the front is just, no, not current, no, 6 levels is death. She got up to 4 at one point, though. She was very, very close to death. Ironically, the times that she's died were not from exhaustion, which is kind of funny. Just kind of surprising for her. I just grabbed so much stuff due to Dean swapping character. Yeah, I was so excited to play with Ceylon too, because Ceylon's one of his like long established characters. And so I was so excited to finally like meet him and actually be in a game with him. I like Ishtar, but I was very excited for Ceylon. And I also really like that Ceylon was so like, I don't want to deal with this. And then the rest of the group, like the OG trio were like, we're gonna go help these people, and Ceylon's like, do we have to? It was just a really funny dynamic. It's very good. Exhaustion isn't used a lot, I feel. Game has to be run with traveling rules, survival rules. Yeah, we use it for every time you're knocked like down in combat, whether you're like unconscious or you're making death saving throws. When you get back up, you get a point of exhaustion. So so Lucy gets exhaustion a lot because that's her, in her defense, that's her job, is to get the shit kicked out of her so that her friends are safe behind her. That's the point. That is literally her job. Well, in her heart as a character, and in a meta sense, like, that is what she is built for. Pathfinder 2e, yeah! Yeah, I think we do use it for traveling stuff as well, we just don't really... Our mode of travel is usually like we're kind of in a small area where it's not a problem, and now we have an airship too, so we do use it for other things, but most frequently it comes up in combat. I haven't played with OG Ceylon, hilarious and annoying. No! I'm so excited. I want to know. I love hearing all those stories about like your early games. You get knocked out, you get a wounded condition that stacks. If you go down again, your dying stack is the same as your wounded +1. If you get dying 4, you're gone. Ah! I like that. I think definitely I would keep the, if people are cool with it, I would keep the exhaustion that we do now, where like if you get knocked down, you get a point of exhaustion when you get back up. Because I like that. I like the exhaustion. Yeah, no, I agree. It sounds very... It sounds like just like the 5e version of it, but it's essentially the same. Which I like it. Actually, I'm gonna put that under game mechanics. Oh, actually, is it under there, or is it... Oh, big floppy bunny. Big floppy bunny. She too big flop. And she gets all cozy on her blanket. Baby. Oh yeah, here. Let me write this down real quick. Exhaustion. 1 point of exhaustion after going down in combat, being revived. Because I do like that mechanic. If people really don't want to bother with it in my game, I'm not gonna care, but I do like it. Yeah, because it makes it where you can't just fall, stand, and fall again. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. It makes sense. And it makes sense because, like, if you get hit that hard, where you are essentially either, like, concussed and unconscious, or you're bleeding out, whatever flavor you want to go with, depending on, like, how you were knocked down, like, it makes sense you're not just gonna hop back up and be like, I'm ready to go! Like, you're gonna be sore, you know? It's so that the healer can't min-max or game the unconscious mechanic, yeah, and only heal the player once they're down. Yeah, because that is a problem with 5e, is especially at like, you know, low levels it's not so bad because healing has value, because if you heal with like a cure wounds, you know, you roll your d8 plus your bonus, like you could feasibly get somebody almost back all the way up to full health, if not full health, depending on what they're playing and how low level you are. But at higher levels, it's almost not worth it to keep up healing, because you're probably going to get hit for so much damage that, like, unless you're healing for 50 points of HP, you know, you're probably going to get hit for 50 points. So it doesn't really make sense. You might as well just let the person take their beating, let them go unconscious, and then just pop them back up. And then just kind of keep doing that. Which, speaking of, I think Ishtar has like 3 points of exhaustion. I was not keeping track, but she probably should be very exhausted at this point. Where we are. Yeah, she should. Yeah, she got her teeth kicked in, which worked out, but I hope she's okay. I love the massive damage death. Won't trigger unless... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you don't really need to worry about it. I just want to gaze into her little sleepy eye. She did the thing the other day where she was so unconscious and unmoving. I was like, oh no. And then I saw her twitching in her sleep. I was like, okay. Like, please don't do that to me. I mean, I'm glad you're so comfortable that you're unconscious, but I worry. Yeah. Especially, I don't know. It's hard. I think that is one of the downfalls of 5. Well, okay. I have very mixed feelings, because I feel like that's one of the downfalls of 5e, is that when you get into the higher levels, it is very hard to keep it balanced. But to be honest, anytime I look at a lot of the rules and I was like, well, this doesn't seem balanced, and then I actually think about it for more than 5 seconds, and I'm like, oh, but there are all these other rules that are contingencies for it. So it honestly is pretty decently written as a game. Is there stuff to improve? Absolutely, there's always stuff to improve. But I think 5e gets this reputation because it's mainstream that, like, it's bad and it's not written very well and it's not balanced, and I'm like, I mean, it's okay if you don't like it, but it actually is balanced pretty decently. Without just changing entire core mechanics. Like, it is balanced pretty well. And, you know, again, with super high level stuff, like, I feel like kind of similar to video games too, you get into like this number crunch zone where, because you're so high level, that, you know, enemies have to hit you for like 50 to 75 points of damage, because anything less than that is not really going to be a threat. And also because you as player characters are probably hitting for that much. But then it's like, well, are you not then losing the impact because you're shaking off 50 points of damage? Like, yeah, but if you look at it in like a narrative sense, your character has probably been through quite a lot to get to this point. So it's not like a brand new character is just shaking off 50 points of damage. They've probably killed God at this point. Maybe it's okay if they shake off 50 points of damage. But that's just me. Some people lose the thread of the game in high level when their AC doesn't scale and they're getting hit so much. Yeah. You have lots and lots of HP and mitigation beyond AC. Yeah, especially with spellcasters, like, there are both, like, plenty of items, there are abilities, and then usually you're with a team. Like, we have a couple glass cannons in our game, right? But it's okay for them to be that way because we have a mix of frontliners and midliners. So we can have people like, you know, Torsten and Doki kind of be closer, and Edgar, like, closer to the back. Although Torsten's unfortunate because I wish he had just been taking the average the whole time every time he leveled up, because his health is so low. But they can kind of be towards the back because You have people like Ishtar and Lucy, and even Tyken and Finley that have like decent health and AC to kind of help combat and help each other too. I rolled a 2 or 1 every level on a D8. Oh my god, that sucks. We have a rule that Jeremy implemented and I really like, so I do it for my games too. Is that if you level up and you roll like a 1 on your HP, you can just re-roll it. I feel like if you roll a 1 and then if you roll like a 1 or a 2 on your re-roll, then just take the average. Because at that point, it's almost like there is no improvement. Yeah. And I don't think Stu was doing that. I think he would roll like a 1 or a 2 and then he would just kind of keep it. And so I think we recently told him, like, Stu, like, if you roll and then even if you re-roll you get a 1 again, just take the average, dude. Just take the average for Torsten. We're what, like level 15 or something? And I think Torsten only has like 80 health. It's like, Torsten, you're a Forge Cleric. You should technically be a midliner. Like, you need more help. Yeah, we just hit 15. I rolled double 1s last level. Oh my god, that sucks, Eli. I'm sorry. That stinks. I think we bullied him so much about mid. I know. Well, and I do appreciate that he is more cognizant about like not fudging stuff. But like, Torsten, sweetie, like Stu, it's okay. Like you can have more than 1 health per level. My darling, it's okay. Just use the average. The average is rules as written. Like, so it's fine. Just use the average. He has stupidly low AC because they have no dex at all. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta have heavy. Well, he's a warlock, and he's a spellcasting warlock, so I don't think he can wear heavy armor. So he has to use. I think he can wear medium armor. But I think we got him like a cloak, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think he has a cloak of protection now, which is good. He's so squished. Okay, but Finley's really squishy, but he has the warlock ability that if he gets the killing shot, he gets a boost to his HP. Because in most fights, he ends up with more AC or more HP than Lucy and Ishtar. Yeah, the false life mechanic, yeah. Which is really, really cool. So he has low AC, but yeah, there was one fight when we were kind of still mid-level where he had like 90 HP. He literally, I think he had like 30 over Lucy's HP, and I was like, what the heck? What the hell? I think that's the patron. Oh, maybe. Yeah, he's Pact of Tome with, I think, like the Eldritch Old God patron, if I'm not mistaken. I think Layla has sent me his sheet in case like she needs to step away, but I don't remember. Also, I'm gonna finish my East Danish. I think Edgar also has low health, low HP, or low AC, but I think he has stuff like shield and mage armor. Now, if he uses them, that's up to him. But I know he has access to them. And also, he's usually more utility. So I don't think he really gets targeted a lot in combat. Because he's usually, like, buffing us and stuff. Or, like, changing the environment. I would talk to my DM about handing out magic items because I have exactly 1 at level 1. Oh no! What do you have? It's an armor that gives swim speed but no breath. I feel like that's also really situational and no AC. Yeah. I feel like that's really situational to have boosted swim speed. Because if you're never in water, then it's kind of useless. Having swim speed plus breath or swim speed plus AC would be good. I could see not giving maybe all 3. But never in water. Yeah. I think that's kind of rough. It would be nice, even if your DM like implemented as like a quest or something to go get it. So it's not just here, I'm just handing you a magic item, which I think is fine, like if that's what your group wants to do. But if that's not your DM style, like there's so many cool magic items that you can give your players that you can kind of implement into like a quest to go get it. Or even a quest like put it in a shop, but they need to go do a quest to get a big payout to be able to afford it or something. Like that can always be fun. That's always super fun. Excuse me. Especially if like you haven't been rolling well on your health, and so if you have low health and low AC, that's rough. That's rough business. Mastermind, baby, I'm a triple threat, but it's only to myself. Oh no! Yeah, Mastermind's a really, really cool subclass, but again, I feel like it's very situational as to when it is super effective. Like, if you're in kind of like, honestly, a more social RP-based game, it's really, really good. But then when you're not in those situations, it's like, oh god. Oh god, now what I do? That's kind of partially why I gave as one of Lucy's superiority die, or, like, battle maneuvers, I gave her a combat leader, so that she can add a superiority die to, certain, like, I think it's persuasion, intimidation, and performance checks. Can't use it for deception, which works, because she's not really a liar. But that way it's like, yes, she's a fighter, she's meant for combat, but if we need to talk and do stuff, it's not just like, well, you're SOL. She can kind of get just a little boost, which is nice. 100% right, I thought that I could spread specialties since the rest of the party was combat focused. Yeah, and like normally that would be good, right? Like everybody then has like their own strengths, so you can kind of like, your character can kind of shore up that like weakness outside of combat. But then if you guys are never really in those situations, you know, you don't really get to use those abilities. Because let me look at them. If it's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, Master Tactics is pretty good, but Insightful Manipulator is more of literally another creature outside combat. Which is very good. That's kind of, this is kind of similar to, fighters, battle masters, like, know your enemy, which I have used a few times. It kind of just gives you, like, a benchmark for, like, another character's stats, but you can only use it outside of combat. And you need like a minute, so if you're not talking to somebody long enough, then you can't really use it. But I think I've used it a few times, and it's like, okay, well now at least we have a benchmark for certain scores. Misdirection, but that's at 13th level. Oh, what is Master Intrigue? Disguise, Forgery, Mimic the speech patterns and accent. Yeah. That's a really cool ability, but again, like, if you're not really... I feel like, I feel like that could be a good, like, distraction tactic of, like, if you're behind a closed door and you need to mimic, like, the bad guy's voice to send his goons off elsewhere. But again, kind of situational. Misdirection, you can sometimes cause another creature to suffer an attack meant for you. That's pretty good. That's a good combat one. Use your reaction. But that's 13th level. Soul of Deceit to prevent mind reading is also really good, but that's 17th. So good abilities, but they'll take some time to get there. The help action is a bonus action and at 30 feet is amazing. Yeah, I'm usually dashing or disengaging. Yeah. That kind of happens with Lucy too, is like I have a lot of great abilities, but most of them end up kind of overlapping. So I like keeping them on her sheet because they are good for when I need them, but sometimes I feel bad that I'm like, I don't ever use this, but it's there. There'll be one day when I get to use it and it'll come in clutch. And for that day, I'll be ready. My absence of grade just hurts the min-max side of my brain. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard because it's like... You don't want to min-max in the sense of like, I'm trying to game the system. You want to min-max in the sense of like, being tactical and efficient, right? But then sometimes the game just doesn't let you. Alright, Hobby Gobby. Hobby Gobby? Hobby Lobby. Actually, not Hobby Lobby. Fuck them. Hobgoblin. Okay, that's fair. H is for Hobby Gobby. What do they say? Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Excuse me. You want to min-max so that you're not knocked unconscious? Yeah. Yeah. You want to participate. And you want to, like... Everybody wants a chance for their players to shine. And it can be very hard to balance, like, giving everybody that chance. But it's important. Because it makes it fun. It's engaging. Have Mordekainen's little definition, and what do you say, Wikipedia? I knew you were a household spirit. I remember reading this. This was my problem. Once considered helpful, but which since the spread of Christianity has been considered mischievous. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they're kind of similar to brownies. And, no, not Damahazaika. That's not it. What is the word I'm looking for? Damavoy, that's what it was. I was like, Damahazaika's you're like... hostess. How am I doing in Spirit City? Have I leveled up? No, almost. Okay, so this is interesting. So in original English folklore, hobgoblins were kind of helpful household spirits. And in Mordekainen's, they adhere to a leftover rule of reciprocity from their Fae ancestry. Including abilities, you choose one of the options below each time you take the help action with this trait. Hospitality, passage, and spite. Which is quite interesting. I like that. I kind of like hobgoblins being a community or a people that has that Fae tie to hospitality and reciprocity, but it has since been adapted to a quote-unquote modern world. That's interesting. I do like that flavor. Then I'll have to do orcs. You know, maybe for orcs, I'll just take the new 5e.5 actually. Let me go look at that. 5 to, what is it, like 5.5? I don't know where people were finding it. Is it Gym Master's Workshop? I don't have them here. Maybe half works. Well, that link didn't work. So that didn't help me very much, did it? Changelings, no longer inherently evil. Very good. Way ahead of you. No, this is not what I'm looking for. And yeah, I have no idea. I have crabsolutely not a single idea when it's supposed to drop. I don't even know where people were finding the previews for stuff. I don't know if it was just being spread or leaked around Twitter or... I didn't. I think it's called 1 DND. Oh, less people are getting... Okay. Let me look at 1 DND instead then. Maybe that'll help me. Unearthed Arcana. Yeah, because I was like, I don't really... Origins. Work. I just want to glance at it. Gray skin, no. I think they should be whatever color they want, because I just don't care. Adrenaline rush, dark vision. That is one size larger. When carrying capacity, I'm not gonna bother with that. Relentless endurance. That's kind of the same as half orc. Okay. We are so back. Went upstairs and after the night cooled off. So yes. Oh, that's exceptional. Enjoy the cozy, cool air. Just once I want to make a proper half-orc barbarian and just, yeah. Just be a beefy. That's such a cute little 20 emote. I love it. It looks like it's got like the Mario Party text and I love that because it reads really well and it's cute. It feels good to just be a big beefy boy and just hit things, you know? And of course when I say big beefy boy, I mean in parentheses, not heteronormative. Big beefy boy is like calling your friends dudes and guys. It's gender non-specific. That is fun when I get to do that with Lucy. I like that Lucy's not like, I like that Lucy's not just like a 6'5" beefcake, because I like that her backstory, she is a normal person. But also it's really satisfying to get like a natural 20 and then double my damage up to like 40 points in a hit. It feels good. Big number, go burr. I use dude and y'all and man all the time. Man is more of a side. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. That's like I call to my best friends the girlies. But one of them is a non-binary she, they. And I'm like, every now and then I'll be like, you know, I don't mean girly as in you are only a girl. I understand that. And she's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, okay. just making sure. It's like girlies parentheses TM. It's about the vibe. We've seen Reb's Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Shaped into a badger to sit down and log their screenshot. Yes! That's TV's Celebrity Melvin, right? I have not watched their playthrough. I am very tempted because I'm very interested in the badger shenanigans that they're gonna get to. That's his TV Celebrity Blevin. I think when she started the playthrough, I was kind of like lurking, but then I got busy with stuff, so I couldn't actually sit and watch it. I'm usually much more lurky-turkey on their game streams because I'm shy. Except for Crit Master, where I was just obsessed with that game and I was like, I want to help solve puzzles! I was like, oh my god, word puzzle game, I have to interact. It like drew me out of the woodworks. Normally I just like to lurk on their streams. Kind of back at the point as a DM where I just don't care about balance or anything, I just care. Yeah! My friend of mine gifted me Crit Master. Yes, I bought it recently in the Steam sale. It wasn't super on sale, but I was like, but I really want it. You should stream it. It was really fun. I enjoyed watching. I'm very eager to like play it myself. But yeah, Jeremy, yeah. I used to stress so much over encounters being balanced and fair. It's hard because like, you know I am no expert at DM or anything, of course. But it is one of the things that I struggle about with combat is I'm like, I want to create challenging encounters, but I don't want to just one-shot you guys, because that's not fun either. But I feel like having your player characters get one-shot is always going to be... Well, not always. Of course, there's always situationals of where there might be narrative stakes, so on and so forth. But generally, one-shotting players... Most people are not going to have fun with that. If the players one-shot enemies, it's not going to be unfun. It's just going to be kind of... boring is not the word, because boring I feel like has a very negative connotation that I don't want to use. But I feel like... maybe unsatisfying, of like, yay, we won, and that's good. Like, winning does feel good, of course, but you want there to be a little bit of a struggle. And especially if, like, it's supposed to be an enemy that has some significance. If your party just, like, kills them in one round, that doesn't feel good for anybody. It feels kind of like, well, then why was this character a threat? And then for the DM perspective, it's like, this character was supposed to be a threat and they weren't. But it's hard. I mean, I don't think that there's a lot of easy answers for it. It's hard. Depending on context, you'd be funny as hell. Yeah. Getting one shot as a player probably won't feel bad as long as I know it will be immediate permadeath, like fighting guards or something. Yeah. And I feel like one-shotting your players can be used as a narrative tool, right? Like, if they go up against a very powerful enemy, it can really emphasize, like, that power disparity. I think that's a very common trope in stories of all mediums. But if it's not meant to be that narrative situation, it can be kind of like, oh, oops, well, how do I recover this? And I think there are tricks that you can do it of, like, well, maybe the players are captured, or an NPC intervenes and saves them. But for how my brain works, I would need to have those fail-safes kind of on a post-it note off to the side as like a backup. I can pull those out. If I have to improvise that, I'm probably not gonna be able to, and I would probably have to just be like, I think that's gonna be it for the session, and I will come up with something, but I just need some time to think about it. And, you know, and for me it's about trust. Yeah, exactly, and being like, please trust me as the DM that I will come up with something satisfying for this. And sometimes I worry that I am not trusted as a DM, which makes me sad, but I understand, because I like to try weird things, and I try to give people like a buy-in of being like, hey, I want to try these weird things, are you guys okay with that? And it's usually like, yeah, of course, and then we get in it, and then I can tell the the temperature of the call is not great. I'm like, oh, I fucked up. This is not fun. Nobody's having fun. Oh no, I want my friends to have fun. My partner gave us a boss that was supposed to have 2 or 3 phases, and our druid summoned 8 wolves with pack tactics and killed it before it was out of phase 1. Oh my god. I mean, like, on one hand, like, that's great, right? Because your partner's using their abilities that is in the game. But then from the DM's perspective, it's like, you drafted this whole cool cinematic phased fight and it just didn't happen. That's so rough. I trust you with my life. I appreciate it. I mean, I trust you guys too. I trust that, like, if things happen, I'm like, yeah, this is probably gonna be fine. I need to vamp for time. Okay, PC, what flashback shows about— Yippee! Hi, Rampant Bacon, welcome in! Good evening to you. It must be super late for you. How are you doing? Never ever. No DM plans, 5 content players. Yeah. Yeah. Super late, isn't it? I'm squinting at you. It's 7:30. Oh, okay. I thought there was a bigger time difference for us for some reason. Okay, that's not bad. I was afraid you were gonna be like, it's 3 a.m. I guess that would make sense. Because it's 12:30 for me. Oh yeah, I guess it is only... Because I think it was an 8-hour difference when I was in Russia. That's not too bad. West Coast 10 hours, East Coast 8 hours. Okay, that's not too bad then. I was worried you were gonna be like, it's 3 a.m. for me, so it's not late if it's 3 a.m. and then technically it's early. I would have smushed you. I would have smooshed you. Okay, PC, what flashback shows up in your mind as you're knocked out? Yes, I really want to try practicing doing stuff like that. Because I really like narrative little winks and nudges like that. I feel like this last fight we had was pretty solid, even though Ishtar got her ass kicked. She did keep— yeah, she kept the boss bounce around like he was gonna to draw people faster. Yeah, I think that she did do her job in a way. It's just unfortunate that she kind of got her ass beat to do it. I think creative fights could sometimes counter the over too fast because of mechanics delaying the end of it. Yeah. Yeah, I also asked, like, a brain trust group about the D&D boss fights. Yeah, we're having a D&D day. We're talking about mechanics and our games and all that good stuff. I did ask a brain trust of third-party people, like, hey, like, my Kashe fight, like, these were the mechanics, and mechanics were telegraphed. My players picked up on them, but then it was like they forgot. I was like, what else could I have done to help my players? Because yes, as controlling the bad guy, I'm trying to win, quote unquote, but as the DM and their friend, I want to help my friends. And I also want to make it fair because obviously so much happens in combat and it's hard to keep track of things and so on and so forth. And they gave me really simple advice that was just like, just remind your players. Like, literally just be like, okay, your player's like rolling to attack. Are you attacking the body or the arm? And then the player will be like, oh yeah, that's right. And then maybe from there they might decide. And I was like, that's so obvious. I'm so stupid. Why did I just do that? It's like, but I mean, I guess that's the point of the one-shots, is for me to practice stuff. Like, you know, no one would... I know, it was really frustrating. And then I know Wyatt, like, tried to break Scarlett's character out of, like, the mind control, but I think by then his resources were just so depleted he didn't have the spell slots to do it. But he did figure it out, because it could have been. It wasn't like an innate thing, and it wasn't a character choice. She wasn't actively, willingly working with him. But again, and I think also I was so hesitant that I could have just given his arms HP bars for you guys to see. Just giving you guys like that visual element. Yeah, I mean, I think I was so hesitant. I wanted to keep a narrative sense about the fight, but I shouldn't have sacrificed your guys' ability to have fun and to have all the information that you should have. That now going forward, I know that, and I know the implications of when I do things like that, and It's a simple thing that I could just toggle on and off. Yeah, it breaks the narrative focus of, oh, there's an HP bar, but it's a game. Like, it is a game that we're playing, so if there are game mechanics, that's fine. Like, that's the point. So, I mean, again, that was the point of the one-shot, was for me to practice high-level combat like that, and give it a little narrative flair, but it was mostly for practice, so. But then afterwards, when I was talking to the people about it, they're like, oh, you could've just done X, Y, and Z. I was like, fuck yeah, you're right, I should. Like, damn it. I don't know why this is so hard for me to do, because I'm stupid. No, not because I'm stupid. That's mean. I shouldn't say that. Because there's a lot going on for me as well. But now I know going forward, you know? But let's see. We once had a dance battle against a mind flayer where we had a crystal that took control of our bodies and we had to dance to the beat across the battlefield. Necro dancer. That's really cool! Yes, I want to do more environmental stuff too, maybe like moving platforms or things like that, which I know Jeremy has done before. But I group fought against a few mind flayers. One guy got stunned for 8 rounds. And by a few, I mean 2 and some. Oh my god, that sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry. Being stunned for 8 rounds is he basically did nothing for 2 hours real time. I would have been so frustrated. As a player, I would have gotten so mad. Because I don't mind my character suffering ill effects, but if you're just sitting there for 2 hours real time, I'd be like, I would be a little salty, I'm not gonna lie. It's one thing for that to happen like 2 rounds or something in a row, but then after that, there's kind of this emotional timer in the player's head of like, I'm not doing anything. Especially because with how D&D combat works is, even if you get to do your thing, if your party is big enough or there's enough enemies on the field or whatever, there can be 10 to 15 minutes between your turn, and then even if you're not stunned, if you just roll poorly and you miss, or the enemy rolls well and they save their throw, you just wasted your turn, you're not doing anything, now you're sitting there for another 20 minutes. Which is rough. That's rough. There's no other way to say it, that's rough. But yeah, he was mad. Yeah, I would imagine. I don't blame him. And if I was the DM, I would have felt really bad, to be honest. I would have been like, oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I don't know if I would let it go 8 rounds. I think I just simply would have, even if it was tactically the better thing to do, I think I would have just had my enemy not do it. Because it's kind of like, it's only a DC 15, DC 6. I mean, see, DC 15 to 17 is kind of mid-range. 18 and up is hard, and then above 20 is like extremely hard. DC like 10 to 12 is kind of considered easy. Which, I mean, it's not that like a mind flayer shouldn't have an easy DC, but that's rough. Alright, I gotta read back message. So many problems can be rectified by just saying words to your players. Yeah, the magic words I found in my party is just, hey, I have things planned for this thread, please follow it 90% of the time. They're like, great, let's do that. Yeah, I think it's hard because you want to keep up like the narrative tone of the story that you're telling, but so it feels, at least for me, like from my perspective, it feels awkward to just be like, hey, I want to just talk about the mechanics for a second, but at the same time, like, it is a game that we're all making together, so if it leads to a better experience for everybody to just be like, let's just drop the narrative guys for a second and just talk as players in a game, then we can figure out what we want to do, how we want to do it, what works for us, and then get back into the narrative. But it can be hard to do that sometimes. There's also social context of your players and what kind of games they're used to. Yeah, it's not going to feel like you're calling them stupid by slapping. Yeah, exactly. I was worried that, like, I think I was also worried that I was, in my head, I legit was like, my friends are very smart. They pick up on things and they figure out all kinds of crazy mechanics and ideas, and they're creative, and that's not even me just trying to give them a gold star. My friends are genuinely very creative, smart people. And so when I made the mechanics for the fight of the arms had different abilities and thus granted him different resistances and stuff, I was like, well, if I telegraph that he raises his upper right arm to cast this spell, they're going to pick up on that. And they did. Because my players are very smart. My friends are very smart people. But then what happened was, I think there was just so much going on in the fight because everybody was high level. We didn't have the benefit because it was a quote-unquote one-shot that was split over 2 sessions, but it's not like it was your high-level characters at the end of a campaign, so people weren't as familiar with their character sheets and stuff. So I think there was just so much going on in a quote-unquote high-stakes fight that things got lost. And so it should have been my job as the DM to give my players that nudge that I think I was worried I would have been hand-holding too much, and I didn't want to handhold in the sense of like implying that my players were dumb or something, because that absolutely 100% would not have been my intention. But I should have done it in the sense of, I'm going to hold your hand in this moment to help you, not to look down on you, but to help you as my players that I want you to succeed. And I should have just done that. And again, it's something that now I know for next time, you know? I want to try about glancing blows in combat sometime, where even if you miss, you do half damage. Yes, yeah, I thought about doing that too, of like, if you're within a certain range of like, if their AC is like 18, but you roll a 17, maybe you don't do full damage, you do like half or partial damage or something. But then I was kind of like, how would I balance that realistically? Because then I feel like it would be fair of like, okay, if you guys get to do that, then enemies get to do that for you too. And I don't know how people would feel about that. But I guess it could be something that like, if your players agree to just try it out, and if they don't like it, you just take it away. But players can be smart outside of the game, but when me put on character hat, me lose brain folds. Yeah, well, and again, because a lot of it is like, there's a lot to keep track mechanically on your character sheet. There's whatever's going on in the plot, whatever the environment, and then if you're into like the role-playing aspect of the character, trying to be like, well, I know this, but what does my character know? How would my character act and engage with this? And sometimes a lot of that gets dropped in a fight, but if you're not one of those people like you want to try to keep up the character even in combat, then that's the extra layer to pay attention to. It's a lot. It's a lot. I know panic's in it for me when people start going down and a lack of planning. Yeah, and that was the other thing that I talked to people about, was like, you guys had this great idea of like having the chains, so even if they didn't stop his magic, but just kind of like limiting his mobility, and then nothing happened, you guys never used them, and I was like, that was a good plan. But again, that's not me being like, oh, I can't believe you guys didn't do that. It's more of from the player perspective of, I have been there, I get it. You make plans and then either you forget the second that you walk in the room, or you just don't. It just doesn't work out. It, like, maybe you try and it just doesn't work, so you have to throw it out the window. I mean, it happens. It's not a big deal. You guys almost threw me for a rager when you were like, what if we go in through the roof or the ceiling? And I literally was messaging Layla on the side like, oh fuck, what if they go through the ceiling? I didn't think of that. But it was fine. I was ready to just roll with it. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'll have to think of something. I was like, if that was what you guys wanted to do, I didn't want to tell you no. I feel like I tried to be like, if you guys were trying to do something that I genuinely either didn't know how to deal with, or in my head, like, the setting or situation wouldn't work that way, I would just be like, I'm gonna be real with you. No. Because I try to yes and as much as possible. So I'm like, maybe that would give me the grace to say no every now and then. You gotta shift those rooms around if you had something to play. Yeah, I said, you know, I had set them up of like, here's like the castle's main hall where the big spooky lich is waiting for you because you've come here to kill him. He knows you're here. And they're like, well, he knows we're here. So what if we go in through a back door? And I was like, fuck, what if they go in a back door? I was like, of course that would be their next thought because they're smart people. Like, duh, Isabel. Times you want to demand I play a game with you. I would love to play a game with some of you guys, especially because I like running one-shots. I feel like it's a very fun way to... Oh, that was the other game that I had made. I made a Halloween haunted house in which... Because we were talking about how I like to play with mechanics in 5e. So they went to a haunted house and they have to pick costumes, and they could either like bring their own costume or they could pick one from the list that I provided of like, oh, you're at the haunted house, the the people hosting it will give you spooky costumes. And then once they solved the first puzzle, they turned into those costumes. So they lost some abilities, but they also gained some abilities. And they all had a pro and a con to them. And it was very silly and very chaotic and very fun. And it was great because one character, she played a genasi where essentially their character was like already kind of a ghost, and so then their character picked the ghost costume, and I was like, well, to be honest, not much changed for you, which was just kind of funny. I enjoyed the game show. I'm glad. I had a lot of fun with that one. That's definitely a one that I would like to host another day and kind of edit, because the board was way too short. It was initially much longer, but I didn't want it to go on for too long because it was technically a combat one-shot. But you know, I think I could have extended it. It was fine with only 4 people, but I had a lot of fun, and it seemed like you guys had Redwall felt so betrayed. I felt so bad for Spencer Cube's characters because Redwald and Opal were up top on their 2 lines, just like bickering with each other, which was so funny and so great. And then poor Spencer's character and Cube's character were just getting their asses beat. Their monsters were just on their asses. And I was like, oh god, am I gonna kill them? But they didn't, they were fine, and it was good. It was good. Maybe you want to play D&D so bad? Yeah! I love tabletop games! Not as DM for once. Yes! I encourage your friends and fellow players to just try out kooky little one-shots, because they're fun. And I feel like DMing is really scary, as somebody who is scared to DM, but when I make the one-shots that are silly and themed, like the Halloween haunted house and the Valentine's Day like one-shot and stuff, and like I'm bad at character voices, so even for the Valentine's Day one, the game show, I was like, there's 2 hosts of the show, and one of them is Danny, and the other is Tegan, and I'm not gonna change my voice for them because frankly, it just doesn't matter. And I just said that in game, and it made people laugh, and it was like, you can just be silly. And I think if you go into things in a silly mindset, it kind of takes the edge off, and then you can work your way up to DMing and telling stories that maybe are a bit more serious if that's your flavor. Because it's scary. DMing is scary, but I recommend it for people. Just who are ready to jump down. But fucking Opal, when she like got silenced and then she stepped out of it, she's like, and another thing! She was just like reeling into Redwall the whole time. It was so funny. It was so funny. I think for our next campaign, I'm taking a whole different approach. Trying to write the whole plot from the start just doesn't work. Bite-sized adventures. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. I've kind of gone off track because I ended up just talking to you guys, but I like talking to you guys. That's how I like streaming. I was supposed to be working on like the session 0, so I'm setting up like the lineages that I will allow you guys to play. I'm trying to make it a really big list so you guys have lots of options, but there are going to be some things that I'm going to be like, no, I don't think you can play this, purely because then I have to put it into the world, and I ain't got that kind of time. So, but then once you guys are going, I feel like we do like a session 0, talk about the kinds of rules that we want to play, your characters, and then get into, okay, here's you're at the starting point, and this is how you get to the main hub town. And then from there, it'll be like, okay, here are places on the map, here's maybe adventures, like your character motivations, let's figure out from there what our next adventure will go. And even though it'll be one overarching setting and like campaign, there'll be kind of small adventures that maybe are just a one-shot or maybe go on for a couple sessions and then you come back. I like that structure more, and I think that's kind of generally what most D&D games are, but if I reason it out like that in my brain, it's something that my brain can tackle. If my brain is like, you're writing a one big story from start to finish, it's gonna freak out and not be able to do it. If I tell myself I'm breaking it down, it'll be able to do it. It doesn't really matter, but you know, that's fine. I think I my limitations breed creativity anyways. Make it as big or small. Yeah, I'm trying to make it like give you guys lots of options because you guys are very creative, and I want to foster a game in an environment in which you guys can just make weird shit if you want. But I have to limit it for myself, because if I allow too much, then it'll overwhelm me, and then we won't ever get to play. Base towns are fun, moving bases are amazing, epic continent wandering is fun. Yeah, I want to give them a basic HQ hub town that, like, while you're in this city, you are safe. You can do your shopping, you can roleplay, you can hang out, you can pick up plot hooks, but no actual adventure is going to take place fully 100% there. If you're going on a one-shot, if you're picking up this job from the job board, you are going out into the world. And from there might be safe spots or towns or whatever, but this is your hub city, and then you go out from there. I like that structure. And I also like that structure because then I feel like players can kind of relax and be like, well, we're in this city and town, so if we want to just have a moment where we just have an RP session, we can do that safely without worrying about, like, well, if we go here, we might trigger a big danger or a plot or something. I mean, they can't just go robbing stuff. Like, if they pick a fight with somebody, the cops or whatever are going to respond to that sort of a thing. But generally speaking, they don't have to worry about, like, one of the big bad's minions coming for them. Like, they can just chill. And once they leave the city, that's a different story. And there's going to be a mechanical reason for that. The main city sanctuary is called sanctuary because it is warded against the undead. So undead minions and stuff literally cannot enter the city. So there is also a mechanical narrative reason for why the city is safe. We'll see how that goes once we get playing, but at least starting out, that's how I want it to be. That's what I want to do going forward. Trying to do a whole plot was a nightmare to get to work, especially when... Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that because it's like... I think for our group, we're always very willing to buy into whatever plot hook is set for us. But hello! Hi, Nakaruru! Welcome in! Happy Saturday! How are you doing? We're talking about D&D stuff and tabletop games. How are you doing? How's your week been? How's your little project coming along too? What's my experience name? Oh, but yeah, because it's like, I feel like generally we have a good group in the sense of, like, we want to engage in everything that is put in front of us. But because we want to engage in everything, we can get sidetracked very easily. So it's kind of a double-edged sword of, like, we're all people that we're all very yes and people for the most part, of like, well, I want to do this, so I've set this plot hook in front of you. And everybody, and I mean, that includes you as a player as well. And it's like, okay, here's this plot hook. We want to go do the plot hook, but we were already doing this other plot hook. And it kind of gets very overwhelming, and I know that I'm going to be prone to doing that even as a DM, so that's why I'm going to set the parameter for myself going in, of like, no, Isabel, you can't do this to yourself. They're gonna go do the thing, and then once they're on that track, I'm going to quote-unquote railroad you guys a little bit, just in the sense of, like, once you're going on this designated adventure, unless there is a good reason, this is what we're doing. Like, you can't just bail halfway through. I mean, it's, again, tentative, depends on what's going on. Like, if you guys get your fucking butts kicked, you can head back to town and be safe. But for the most part, it's like, this is the one shot that you're engaging in. This is the plot that we're doing. And then once it's done, you can go back and go from there. And I think also there's gonna be, like, a kind of, like, loose time in that sense for that reason. Of, like, unless the players really kind of futz about, it's not gonna be a, like, well, we really want to go do this adventure, but we're worried about X, Y, and Z thing happening. It'll be like, I'll let you guys know. Kind of like the Christmas one-shot, where you guys had to traverse across the mountain. Pardon me, and each time you did a leg of the journey, I told you guys, like, okay, time advances this much. Because I like the idea of time limits in games, and the world kind of moving around you, but I don't want it to be a stressful component. So I feel like, just again, having that conversation with players and being like, this is what we're gonna do, are you guys cool with that? And yes or no, and then you just go from there. But anyway, that's enough rambling. Doing okay, working on a portrait, nice! What are you making a portrait of? Or whomst are you making a portrait of, I suppose I should ask. Level up. Level 27, baby. A portrait for a friend, oh, that's very sweet. Learned a lot from you in this campaign. Yeah, it's been really fun! We had our 4-year anniversary 2 days ago. The Vast has been around for 4 years. I hope oh, I'm sure she'll love it! That's so sweet! A handcrafted gift from a friend is always a lovely gift. You know, I did just think, I would like to give players the options of, it's from a world of horror. Ooh, I am not familiar. We'll go glance at it real quick. Ooh! Role-playing game. Ooh, this looks really cool. Very, very cool. Well, I'm sure she's gonna love it! Gonna release a butterfly. Yeah! Go, go, go! Go release a butterfly! So many creatures are being born. Summer is upon us. What was I even working on in this document? Oh yeah, I was in Hobgoblins. Only uses black and white with some gray. Yeah, I see this little Pixar. It looks very cool. Okay, I'm gonna make this a separate bullet point so that I can keep my thoughts. Hobby-gobby. Well, then maybe they would be Sealy Court, actually. Making one of the character portraits. Mimi! Mimi. Is that your friend's favorite character from the game? Mimi. How does Mordekainen describe them again? Let me see. Ooh, okay, I think I know what I want for Hobgoblins, actually. Because they are not fully Fae, they're kind of more Fae descendant. And they function on rules of reciprocity, so I think it would be very cool if they were kind of like traveling group. And so thus if like you offer them hospitality when they stop through, they'll pay it in kind. That could be cute. Friends and nurse. The character's in a nurse outfit. Ooh, that's so cool! Very cute. What medium are you making? Are you doing like the same thing as your other character portrait? Or are you doing are you drawing it? Are you painting it? Are you doing the little like ironing beads again? Eating it. Nice. Very cool. I'm gonna take a sip of water because I keep forgetting to drink. I keep telling you guys to stay cool in the heat and I keep forgetting to drink my water. I'm setting a bad example. Excuse me. Meow. Let's see. How do I want to flavor text this? Also, how many do I have in 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's pretty half and half. I want... No, okay, I'm gonna focus. I was looking at Orc again and I need to focus. One at a time, Isabel. She'll never get through this. Let's see, Hobby-gobby. I think my thing is with hobgoblins is like if I here Can I spell properly? Like, if I look up pictures of, like, hobgoblins versus pictures of orcs, they're kind of very similar in most tabletop renditions. With the only kind of very slight differences. I do really like... I've always really liked Ryokokui's orcs where they're kind of like... more piggy in nature, where they almost even have like the coarse hair. It could be similar, but like Baldur's Gate 3's hobgoblins. Yeah, they're kind of like the classic red Faerunian ones, right? Let me see. Go to Google Images. Yeah, they got like these nice long ears. Ooh, I like the little stripies that this one guy has. They're fuzzy and have much larger elf ears. Yeah. I like these little stripies that this guy has. This is probably a spoiler, but I don't care. Got a heat press for large. Ooh, that's smart. That sounds like a good investment if this is like... Especially because it seems like you do like, yeah, like big ones. Because like your other one was the size of your drafting table, you said. So if you're making another big one. Oh, this guy was in the Goblin Camp. This isn't a spoiler, I just didn't pay attention. Awkward. That's on me. I was so zoomed out the whole time. I could see everything. I do like this guy's style, though. I like the big ears. And I like the stripy marks. I kind of just want to make, like, stripy marks canon, maybe? I can just do that. This one's it's even bigger than the other one? Oh my gosh. Definitely an investment, then. Ooh. No, maybe I'm getting too crazy. I was kind of like, for a second, my brain was like, what if hobgoblins have red skin because... and like little stripy marks? Because if they're fey creatures that adhere to rules of reciprocity and hospitality, then there's like folklore, myth, legend that they come from hearths and fireplaces in the home, and so the red skin, the marks are like from the fire. But maybe that's too much. Maybe that's too much world building for something that probably no one's gonna even read anyway. Since a bit larger fits on the table, thankfully just fits. That's good. It's the perfect size. Just tidy enough. Just a hobgoblin popping out of your face. Hello, mate! Really puts an emphasis on it being house spirits. But also hobgoblins are full-sized people, so just like... just a 5'10" person coming out of your fireplace. Oh my goodness. That's kind of funny. What if I put that in as just like vague mythos? Cause like, it doesn't have to be real. It can just be the belief. I don't know. Okay, I'll put it in a separate bullet point just so that I can mull it over. I won't commit to it yet. We'll think about it. We'll contemplate it. Okay, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. I do like orcs being kind of piggy guys, because I think that's cute. I really like Ryokukui's world building with that. I think that green orcs are great and fun, but I feel like giving a little bit more variety. And also, since if they're like, they have Fey ancestry, linking them to animals and nature feels better than their actual origins, you know? In tabletop history. Also, piggies are cute! Really no porcine human. Exactly! Yeah! Cause I want to see some of cause like I tweaked some, where are they? Oh, I need to put a comment on this one. Fair contrast with, like halflings. They have different physical features that like change based on where they're from, because they are inherently a mix of lineage. So without getting into like the mechanical aspect of like they're half this and half this, they like, some of them might have like larger ears, some of them might have like pads on their paws of their hands and feet, some have tails, stuff like that. So just like depending on the region that they're from. And then deep gnomes have mole-like features, and then their degree of blindness varies among the individual, because they have superior vision in like low light or complete darkness, and they have sunlight sensitivity because they're from underground. But because I'm like, if they're deep gnomes and they're underground, welcome back! Congrats, Mazel Tov on your butterfly. And then like regular gnomes are undergrowth dwelling, so they have like mouse-like features, so they have like round ears and tails and like kind of murine like hands and stuff. So like deep gnomes are moles and regular gnomes are kind of mice. And then Yuan-Ti are like serpentine, so they have more of like serpentine features that accent humanoid physiology but not exclusively, versus lizard folk are reptilian, so they're kind of more like alligators or geckos, or kind of like a wider variety but more animalistic, whereas Yuan-Ti are kind of more humanoid with snake-like features, sort of a thing. And then well, no, I'm gonna play. And then kobolds are tiny little lizard people. I like dog kobolds, but I was like, I'll just keep them lizards because I feel like that's just more in line with what people know for 5e, and that's okay. Dragonborn have like they look like the dragons. So they don't have wings, but they have tails and stuff and breath weapons. Where were other ones? Oh, and then like Dragonborn, kobolds, lizard folks, and Yuan-Ti are all kind of to varying degree related as like draconic people, because they're all kind of like lizards in a way. But you know, Dragonborns are more close, kobolds, and then lizard folk, and then Yuan-Ti, so it kind of like gets thinner down the line. And I mean, mechanically, they're all just gonna use whatever like Mordekainen's, or if people want to use a homebrew. But I'm like, I want to give them just a little flavor that kind of suits this world better. Because I'm like, I don't want to play in Faerun. There's nothing wrong with Faerun. I enjoy our games in which we play in Faerun. But for me as the DM, I don't know Faerun like the back of my hand. So I'm going to be looking stuff up constantly for like the lore and settings and things like that. So I'm like, well, if I'm going to be looking stuff up, then at that point, why don't I just look it up against my own notes in which I can make stuff up on the spot? Or with my players, and we can just do whatever we want with it. We're not adjusting something or referencing something that's already there, you know? It's like, either way, either way, I don't know the setting, so it might as well just be my setting. kind of want to move away from Faerun. I miss having. Yeah, it's like it's fun, and it's definitely a challenge, right? Because then like you have to make it. You can't just look something up. But for me, I'm like I said, like if I'm gonna be looking it up anyway, I would rather be referencing my own notes or ideas that my friends and players came up with than notes that someone else came up with, and I might just end up changing anyway. So I was like, well, if I'm just gonna homebrew and tweak it, then why don't I just homebrew my own stuff? But that's just me. Again, I like playing in Faerun. I think it's fine. It's a fantasy setting, you know? But then it's like if it's a homebrew setting, I can do stuff like that. I can tweak it. I can be like orcs have more, like you said, like porcine features, or maybe like kind of swines and stuff, and they have like the coarse fur, and you know, I just genuinely really like the dungeon meshy version of them. I think it's good, and I can just do that if I'm removing them from the Faerun setting. Oh my god, hi Spencer! Hi Spencer, welcome in. Hehehe. How are you doing today? Everybody should go check out Spencer. Spencer's doing a community day tomorrow. He's gonna be... Oh, are we? First of all, got him. Got him. Yeah, we are talking DND. But Spencer's doing a community day tomorrow. He's coming back to streaming after a long break due to life things. But he's gonna be playing like Phasmophobia, maybe Among Us, some Gardic Phone. It's gonna be fun. We'll figure it out when we're there. So it's gonna be fun. So go check out Spencer. Spencer's also just a really cool guy. Is an amazing artist. Just fun dude to be around. So just go check out Spencer. Spencer just taught me many things about art. So if you come here to watch and hang out while I draw and talk through my process, please go check out Spencer because I learned so much from him. Let's go. I think once we wrap up the Vast, my next game will be my own setting. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited for next game. I love the Vast front and back, as you can tell by my 500 collected pages and how many gigabytes of drawings. But I can also be excited for next game too. Bag is your first female of the bunch. Cute! Well, again, mazel tov on your butterfly. I hope they do well. Let's see. But yes, Spencer, we are talking about world building, going insane yourself. Very exciting. Yeah, I'm working on my setting. I don't have my notes up on screen because I don't know if people would be interested in having been watching me move around my Word doc. So I just kind of have Spirit City since we're listening to music. But yeah. Yeah. You would? I mean, I can share it. There's nothing spoilery in here. This is all stuff for like a session. This is all like stuff for creating a character and like session 0 setting and stuff. So it's not, there's no spoilers in it. Let's see. I don't mind. I just wasn't sure. I was like, I don't know if people are gonna care. Which if they don't, I'm not offended at all. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have to finagle it around. Because I would imagine this is going to be center to screen. I don't know how this is gonna look. Hit the screen? Okay. I'm gonna have to... Yeah. I was like, I imagine that this is gonna be kind of... Because this is my Firefox capture. Hey, there we go. You can just do this. We'll go within the confines of... I might have to mute for a second because I think my parents are home, which means the dogs will bark. Those barking dogs. Oh, let me put this under my overlay. Oh, keep it like that. Don't need to see my. You don't need to see my outline. Not because if there's anything bad there. I just don't think it's terribly interesting, to be honest. We'll put it here. We'll just keep it centered. That's fine. You guys aren't here for professionalism. You're here to chit chat about D&D. But yeah. So I have these. I'm trying to like give lots of options. while being kind of limited as much as I can. This is, yeah. This is gonna be the tricky one. I didn't really think of this until I said it. I've got everything. Yes, I'm neurotic, so I like to organize things. This is why if I ever complain about my living situation and my job, it's hard because I actually really, really like my job. My job is basically, as I write and edit software manuals, which is not exciting, but it's basically I get to do this. Is I get to write instructional manuals for things and organize, and it's, you know, it's fun. This is what I do in my free time, so my day job suits me very well. Because I enjoy doing stuff like this. Yes, this is the thing. This was always going to be a thing, but then after the one-shot, I was like, well, if Kasha gets to run rampant, then his influence is going to be much further spread than I initially anticipated, which is fine. So basically you can play an undead character that was affected by his influence. And again, just some examples. And I really like the Dark Arts player companion. It's mostly for classes. But I feel like you could play a lot of those classes in combination with a quote-unquote normal race and still have the same effect. So again, there are options. But it should be fun because the main hub city is warded against the undead, so I don't know how you're gonna get into the city. That could be a fun obstacle to deal with. Because I didn't think of that until today, then I was like, oh shit, wait. How are they gonna do that? Or maybe nobody will play one, so it won't matter. But the option's there. So, and there'll be little communities out in the world, and there'll be little communities out in the world in which they're just kind of like half dead people that were affected but still retain their faculties and their memories, but they're not really accepted by broad society. So, you know, there's options. There's fun world building implications here that I want to play with. My rogue is a Shatter Kai. My racial abilities are the only reason that my character's alive with low AC and low health. Oh no! I mean, I guess it worked out, but they're fun. Yeah, I didn't really think much of them until I was like looking for potential like lineages and classes to put into this subcategory, and I was like, oh, Shatter Kai fit this perfectly. Again, like, I think they would just be flavored differently, but mechanically, I'm just like, just use Shatter Kai. But the undead PCs in your campaign, there could be a hole in the ward. Ooh, yeah, that could be fun, and that could lead to very fun potential implications later on. I like that, actually. Let me... This is the setting, the main city is literally called Sanctuary, because again, I love nominative determinism, but also I'm like, it's called Sanctuary. Let me actually put that in there. If a PC is alone, I'm just gonna quote you verbatim if that's okay. Because that's a really good idea and I like that and I don't want to forget. Oh, actually, let me put it here. Walks off to the woods to the drainage. Yeah. Returning from fighting outside the party goes through the gates. Everyone's just, yeah. Yeah, and there is a particular thing that will happen in the session 0. Because I want session 0 to be a, like, out-of-game meta discussion about, like, what rules you guys want to use, what everybody wants to play, possibilities for their class and stuff like that, if people like know each other, and then I want to do a very quick like, here's where you guys are and getting you to the main city. And there's a thing that will happen in that could potentially, I knew this part going in, that could potentially affect a PC if they want to play a lid. So we'll see. We'll have to see. Ignore all my grammar mistakes. I know they're bad and wrong, but it's okay. Yeah. And these are my really listeners. I have to clean all these up. Because these are not really canon anymore. These were just my ideas initially. I have to name a lot of these. I like the idea of icons from 13th Age. 13th Age gamifies them and makes them into a hard mechanic that I don't think I really need to do in the sense of rolling things, but I do like the idea of them being a very present thing in the game. Anytime I watch someone playing for a D&D world, it makes me want to start another new world, which I really should not do. I have too many. That's why you take little pieces of those other worlds and you'll just kind of mash them into one big one. You do what I do with my original setting, in which I do just like text RP and writing and stuff in, is I have one big continent with 5 different like nations on it, and they all function very uniquely from each other, so I can have different like world building components in each of them, but they all existed in the same setting and they work together. So it's like I can have my cake and eat it too. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee. Yeah. I like the Highwaymen. Oh, the Highwaymen, I need to look at something very specific for them. Because Highwaymen are gonna be a big thing for traveling. Because the main travel is by road or by train, and they want in on that. I have too many. Too many! This is not what I need. I need a stat block. Yes, here we go. Okay, no, that's not what I need. Okay, but that's good to know. I kept forgetting. I'll probably have to give them a homebrew thing. But whatever. Okay, where was I? I was reading about Hobby Gobbies. Hobby Gobbies. Yeah, these are all like the Fae. Which, I am assigning them courts, but it's kind of just a loose thing. I don't think it'll really matter. Because I think a lot of these are just gonna be kind of out in the world anyway, in which they don't really adhere to Fae courts, but I was like, I'll put them in just as placeholders for now, and whatever. Oh, my god. Jeez. You scared me. Thank you for the metal pipe.web. Me dropping my words around. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I need to... I like regulating specifically. How do I want to flavor text this? Oh my god, Streamlands, are you okay? I like that your hobs are also very Fae. Yeah, I think I want them to be kind of like nomadic, where because both in English folklore, I looked it up earlier on the stream, English folklore and then Mordekainen's, which I want to use as the base, like I think I have it here. Like, you know, default to Mordekainen's so that it's consistent, but we can talk about other stuff, I don't care. It's just for my sake of keeping things consistent. They were kind of like house spirits. They used to be friendly house spirits before Christianity. And Mordekainen has mechanics for them to operate on rules of reciprocity. And I was like, I kind of really like that. And I like them being maybe like nomadic in nature, so they... Okay. Hi, Bo. So they operate based on that. But I like them being Seelie Court. Maybe an origin. And that's why they are mechanically tied to rules of reciprocity and hospitality. And then because they are essentially Fae tied to it, it has just become a part of their culture. But maybe the attendants, but they could have been initially like years and years ago, and then they've since branched out. You know, that could be part of like their origin as like flavor, and then here's like their origin, here's where they are now, and then players can take that information and do what they will with it, sort of a thing. Because I also don't mind of like, yeah, this is generally how these peoples work, but this is what I want to do with my character. I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind discussing this stuff with my characters. Or, not my characters, my players for their characters. Yeah, flavor text, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these are just kind of like base things. Anything I'm writing in here is honestly mostly flavor text and like aesthetic text. Kind of like before where I had said, is it 8 million? Yeah, how gnomes have like mouse-like features and stuff. I just like the idea of gnomes having cute little tails and stuff, because to me a lot of these like origins are all kind of the same. Like dwarves, halflings, and gnomes, they're the short races. They have very minor differences, but they don't actually matter. And I don't like that. I like them visually. I want them visually to be different. If they're gonna be different enough that mechanically they have different, like, stat blocks, then I think it makes sense that they visually have different things. Whether those actually matter in game or not is completely different. That's something that I like about 13th Age. Is 13th Age has a mechanic baked in when you're creating a character called one unique thing, in which you give your character one unique trait, and it is an absolute in the world that your character is the only one with this trait. It's not meant to give you a combative or mechanical advantage, it's literally just meant for RP purposes. And I really, really like that. I like encouraging your players to be like, your character is special, tell me why. Even if they start kind of mundane, like, tell me something special about them and lean into it. I think that could be fun. I had this exact problem with gobs, hobs, bugbears, and orcs. Like, how many? That's literally what I'm starting. Those were the ones bugbear I did earlier. I already did goblins, but I'm doing hobgoblins and orcs now. I'm trying to differentiate these because they're all kind of the same. And especially in folklore, they're all very interchangeable. I like Pathfinder goblins, gave them a little feral guy treatment. Yeah! I like the idea of goblins being like little mischievous guys. But I like them also being colorful. And maybe like depending on, like, maybe you want I think I saw someone draw a goblin that had like scales and like reptilian features, and I was like, oh my god, that's so good, I love that for goblins. But I'm like, but I do also like just a classic little green guy. So I was like, well, I'll leave room for people to kind of do what they want. So if they want to do just like a classic little mischievous goblin, they can. But if they want to go outside of that, they can do that too. Thank you for the sippy night. I will take a sippy of nice cold water. Thank you. And hello, hello. Happy Saturday. I had a weird idea for goblins that I haven't I wrote it in a manic state and I haven't looked back yet. Well, please, if you would like, I would love for you to share with the class. If you're willing and comfortable, of course. If not, no pressure. But I like the idea of bugbears initially in folklore were they were literally bogeymen. Like, they were little boogeymen. And so I like that. I like the idea of them being tall and furry and stuff in 5e, because it makes them unique. That's fine. But they're just kind of creepy little boogeymen that maybe are more aligned with Fae. They're not really seen as often in general populace, but it's not unheard of. They just kind of have a bad rap. I like orcs having porcine features. Maybe I'll even, honestly, if they're kind of more they got little piggy features, maybe I'll move them up to the Animalian. Because the Animalian is kind of a vague term. Open to critique day then. Yeah, of course, yeah. We always love chit-chatting. That's what we're here for. We're here to work together and work things out and chit-chat. Chit-chat. I do like the idea of them being attendants. What if they were attendants that were created, right? In their old mythos. I bet I can combine these. I think goblins are, look at how diverse they are in Labyrinth. Man, you could just do whatever. Yeah, I like the idea of them being if people want just a classic little green feral guy, chef kiss. But if they want room to do something different with it, maybe it's well, that's just a different branch of goblin, and they're still adhere to that, and they still adhere to that under the covers, stat block. Excuse me. And the goblins are always very focused on doing good for the tribe, but also like highly prized individual accomplishments. So the reason other races perceive goblins as annoying is because they're constantly trying to one-up each other and they only care about their overall in-group. That's very interesting. It's almost like a community meritocracy that they live by. That's kind of fun. That's really cute. I like that. Take another sippy. Imagine they literally, like, the goblin chief gets picked every year as the goblin who did the most stuff. Goblins on creation choose their clique. Yes! Oh my god. Regardless of whether or not that goblin's really leadership material. That's incredible. That's really good. Choosing their clique is also very good. This is a really cute idea, Spencer. I like it. That's so good. And then, like, if you want to, like, usurp whoever's in charge because they're doing a bad job, you can't just be a better leader, you have to have, like, an accomplishment. That's really funny. That would drive me insane. In a good way. Like, in a like, positive. If I was a goblin, that I'd be like, oh my god, please. You're just a goblin that's just so desperately trying to, like, try all these different things to be the best at it. And they're just not. But then they end up like a jack-of-all-trades type. That could be really fun. That's why their society's so ramshackle, because sometimes they just have really bad leaders. Yeah. That could be a fun idea for a player character. Is somebody who's like, that's like their character quest, is they're trying to be the best at something. And either the player has something picked out that they want to try to excel at, or their quest is to just find something, and they're just trying different things throughout the game. That's really fun. That's cute. That's really cute. Also, I'm gonna be real with you. I gotta piss. So I'll be right back. So I'm gonna put you guys on the BRB screen real quick. Hydrate. Drink your water. Take your meds. Grab a snacky. I'll be back. I'm back. I went piss. You know it's hot when you slather your face in ice cold water and it just feels like nothing. Ba -ba -da -ba. Okay, what did I miss? Okay, thanks! Let's see. What did I miss? What are you guys up to? A goblin got awarded for doing something that they actually didn't. Like someone else killed a dragon that got squished by the dragon body, but the goblin did something to take credit! Oh my god, that's so good. Not malicious, you're just- yeah, like it just happened. They just got kind of stuck in that situation. I think I helped the guy kill a dragon is definitely a thing. Yes, I helped him more. I gave him a good breakfast. I sold him that potion he used. Yes! Oh my god, that's so good. 115? Spencer, I don't mean any offense, Spencer, but I think maybe you should just delete your entire state. It's not that hot here. It's really humid, though. Yeah, it's only 82. It's really weird because, like, there's something about, like, the humidity or the air quality here where I live that, like, where, like, it's not hot. Like, the numbers on the thermometers are, like, 80s, right? And I mean, that's hot. Like, 80 degrees Fahrenheit, like, that's hot. But it shouldn't feel that hot. But something about this year, like, again, like, the humidity or the air quality or something, like, it just feels really hard to breathe. And I don't know what it is, because we've had hotter summers where it is, like, 98 to 100 degrees, and you're like, oh my god, like, I am roasting, it is so hot. But there's something, like, manageable about it. This feels like it's 80 degrees out. It doesn't look hot, it doesn't feel hot, but, like, your body just feels miserable. I don't know what it is. I mean, I can't deal with it. I think actually, like, I'd have to just light up. Yeah, well, everything is just wet. It's hard to breathe and it sucks. Thank you for hanging out, Eli. Enjoy your lunch. I almost said your lurk, but I guess also enjoy your lurk. But enjoy your lunch, and thank you for hanging out. Okay, I wanted to eat a cherry. Layla accused me of being an ice cream fiend last night. Because, like, every night after dinner I have ice cream, but I'm like, it's hot! I want cold food! I want cold dessert! To be cold and tasty. It's hot. It's the time to do it. I can have ice cream. I have some nice cold water and I have some cherries. So I have water and healthy fruit. One of the few pleasures of being in a hot place. Exactly. Ice cream's so good. And we got coffee recently. We normally just have like plain vanilla, which is good. Because it's like a really nice creamy vanilla. But my mom went to the grocery store like in town. Because normally she only shops at like Costco. But she went to like our town grocery store the other day to pick up just small odds and ends that didn't require... It was like, we didn't need enough to justify driving 30 minutes to Costco. I was like, just go to the one in town. That's like 2 minutes away. And so when she was there, because she went there, they got all the fun flavors. We got coffee. Which is my favorite type of ice cream. So baby, I'm living it up. It's so good. Coffee's my favorite. Actually, homemade peach ice cream is my favorite ice cream. But it's so hard to find and get. So coffee's my next favorite, along with mint chocolate chip. Homemade, yeah, baby. Dude, homemade peach ice cream. If you can find like a stand on the side of the road selling ice cream, you veer off as fast as possible and you get peach ice cream, because that is always where I get it from, and it is so good every single time. I don't know what it is, but like, you can't get peach ice cream like in a grocery store. Like, it just isn't sold. It's always made in like some random ice cream stand on the side of a road, and it's always so freaking good. It's so good. Highly recommend. What about you guys? What is your go-to when you're looking for ice cream? Whether it's ice cream flavor or like an ice pop or ice cream sandwich, like what is your go-to if you had any choice? Hi Layla, welcome in. Yeah, we're talking ice cream. Iced cream. Ooh, Rocky Road. The only roasted hands we see are like too far away from places. Ice cream wouldn't survive. Yeah. Love you. Cookies and cream and a mint. Yes. Guess what? What kind of ice cream did you just buy? The Tonight Dough B&J. Yes, Ben and Jerry's. Yes, Tonight Dough used to be my mom's favorite too. Like if there's a mint cookies and cream. Ooh, mint cookies and cream. That's very interesting. That's like frozen Thin Mint territory. Layla. Well, she doesn't like it anymore for that reason, so you're fine, you're safe. Speaking of, where is Liz, man? Oh, she's laying down. This is the other one that I forget what it is. It's got like chocolate chunk ice cream. Ooh. I don't know. I'm a classic. I just like fish food from Ben and Jerry. Chocolate chunk ice cream sounds so good. I love a good just like classic flavor, like a chocolate or a vanilla or something with just like a little embellishment. Actually, isn't wait a minute. It does have nuts. Okay. I was like, is Rocky Road just chocolate ice cream with like marshmallows in it? And I could have had it this whole time. No, it also has nuts. That's why I don't eat it. I was like, I'm pretty sure I can't eat Rocky Road. But why? That's why, because it's nuts. It would kill me. Pineapple soft serve at work. Yes. See, I don't normally like a pineapple. I only like pineapple as like a garnish type of flavor, but a soft serve might be pretty freaking good. Get that nice icy flavor in it. That smoothie that you told me about sounded really good. I was jealous. I'm probably gonna change the tense of this sentence. Love Utterly Chocolate by Tillamook. It's a regular and white chocolate swirl with bits in it. Ooh, that sounds really good. That sounds really, really good. I just want ice cream. I just want ice cream. Part of me really wants to make, I don't like cherries, but I really like white Rainier cherries, and I'm kind of like, God, I want to make these into ice cream. They'd probably be so good, but they're so expensive. They're like they are like my actual summertime treat. Forget ice cream. Rainier cherries are like so good. They're so good, but they're such a small seasonal window, and that's why they're so expensive. But they're so good. They make such a bussin' ice cream. It'd be a hot take, but I don't actually dig chocolate ice cream. I love chocolate, and I love chocolate and an ice cream. I don't like chocolate ice cream. I get that. Really like vanilla. Yeah, no, I get that for sure. I had a friend growing up who didn't like chocolate at all. And especially because, like, when you mix the flavors into different foods, like if you're transforming them like into ice cream, for example, like it can change the taste and the texture. And especially something like chocolate, which can be like such a wide variety of like milk chocolate or dark chocolate. I had dark chocolate ice cream the other day, actually. I just like never really thought about it being a thing. Not as like a shell on like an ice bar, but like as like dark chocolate ice cream. It was really good. It's like, I like, that's how you know I'm getting old, because I like dark chocolate now. I never used to when I was a kid. It's too bitter. Vanilla's so good. Vanilla's iconic. Vanilla is the bad bitch in which we should all build our society, because vanilla is such a common flavor that it has become generic, but because of its attained generic status, you can put so much in with it that goes with it. It's like dressing with like black or white as your main, is that then you can add whatever color you want as an accent and it's gonna look good. It's the same thing. Like vanilla ice cream with a little bit of like chocolate sauce and then like fresh raspberries from the garden, so that they get in there, they get that nice raspberry flavor, but they're also frozen, so they get like almost a little soft crunch. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff, baby. Utter decadence. Their chocolate's so good. One of those things where it's like, it's where it is for a reason. Exactly! We've elevated it to generic status because it's just that good. Also, I kind of wonder if maybe it's like kind of cheap to make. And that has lent itself to its ubiquitous nature in our society, in our Western society. But I'm okay with it, because I like a good vanilla. Vanilla's a pinnacle in dessert flavors. A little bit of vanilla in your hot chocolate, it's good. A little bit of vanilla in your coffee, it's good. A little bit of vanilla extract in like your pancakes, it's good. She can do it all. You have to put a little bit of vanilla when you're making stuff like brownies and cookies, because it goes with the chocolate. She's my queen. I don't like the tense of the sentence, but I'm gonna just power through and then edit it. Maybe I'll just... Oh. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute for a second. But please keep telling me about ice cream. Back. Apparently it makes an instant coffee. Yes! Yeah, actually, I've seen that when I was looking up brownie recipes. I saw that mixing in like a little bit of coffee can help bring out the flavor and add a little you-know-what to it. I never tried it, but I am tempted. I've heard this must be very, very good. Also, how dare you shout at me? How dare you? Like adding salt to sweets, yeah, exactly. I would imagine that the specific type of blend that you use is pertinent, but something's just chemically enhanced flavor, yeah. My boss did that in her chocolate zucchini bread. I've never made zucchini bread. I need to. It's always been one of those foods. It's always been one of those foods that I literally would just imagine like chunks of zucchini in a loaf of bread, and I was like, that doesn't sound good, but but as I grew older, I learned, no, you are mixing it in as an ingredient, Isabel, duh. Or like shreds and keeps it moist. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I also really want to try the thing, what is it, like Wyatt's mom does, where like putting like mayo or sour cream or something in like cake recipes. Because it is essentially the same thing of like dairy and eggs. Well, not that sour cream is dairy and eggs, but you know, mayo. So it retains the moisture really well. Oh, pack of pudding mix. Ooh. I misremembered that, but now I really want to try it. I remember hearing it and being like, that sounds really good. Yeah, our sour cream and cakes is a thing, yeah. And I know mayo for sure is, because it's just the same thing. It's just the same ingredients already mixed together. In a different form. I just send me a picture of the recipe. Yeah, please. If she and you would not mind. It's been a while since I baked something. I should make brownies again. I want to make brownies again, but again, like, it's so hot. I'm like, I don't want to turn the oven on for longer than we need to because it's so freaking warm. Oops, yeah, that's right. This is not good flavor text, but it's because I'm streaming, so forgive me. As you can see, though, the rest of these are coherent thoughts, because I wrote them when I wasn't live on twitch.tv talking to people. I swear I am capable of writing now and then. Once in a blue moon, I can make a coherent thought. Since branched out in the right world, those I ventured up here will take a dramatic nature. Adhering to the rules of reciprocity and health. It's okay. Shh, be shush now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I know I don't know how to spell the word. I know I don't know how to spell fiery. I know. Word, don't call me out. There's some words that I just never know how to spell right. Fiery, guarantee, and license. Something about those words. I always mix up a letter or two. Every time. What is the synonym I'm looking for? Reflect is not the word I'm looking for, but I'll just mark it. I can't end a sentence on an adverb also. It's fine. Okay, I know I want to make Illithid a player species in my settings, but then lean away from all of the- Okay, sorry, learn away from all of the lore about them. They don't eat brains, but instead gain sustenance from the emotions of others around them. The young also venture out into the world to learn as much as they can to return to their homes to better understand their cultures. Yeah! Fact finders. I need to fix this sentence. I'm actually on a global scale. Whew. I need to drink water. It startled me. I need synonyms, so I'm just not going to be shy about it. I'm just gonna look up synonyms. Maybe mythos is fine, actually, in this context. No. That's not the word I'm looking for. I know the word I'm looking for. I need to make sure I'm using it properly. Ooh, what is this word? Not the word I want, but I am interested. Mid-17th century variant. Okay, interesting. Okay. That's the word that I'm looking for. Can I use it in this context? No, I guess not. Yeah. I guess heritage is maybe heritage, so I'm not using origin over and over. I would say reddish because I want to leave room if people want to use different shades. If I wanted to use like orange or whatever, I don't care. It's not a big deal. I'm gonna spell this word wrong. Nope, got it right. Okay. Because then I can use originate again if I use heritage here. I might change this word later. Okay. I think actually I'm gonna give them foreseen features. Then, and also 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's even enough for me. I don't care. Oh, this is gonna push this over onto a page. I don't like that, but I'm not gonna worry about formatting too much right now. LMNO, so we'll go here. I don't need to care about Sealy Court because Persian humanoids, they're little piggies. Okay, how did I write these ones? Because I kind of wrote them all in a similar typing pattern. Okay, they're just kind of very basic descriptions. Okay. I need to learn about pigs real quick, hang on. Actually, so maybe porcine would not be... I'll leave porcine, but I need to remember this word as the adjective. Swine is different from suid. Commonly pigs, hogs, and swine. Okay. I think probably this will be okay. Genus, sus. Sussy. Stupid. I'm sorry, what? How big are these things? I'm sorry, Komodo dragons can be up to 9 feet long and weigh 300 pounds? What? Komodo dragons are apex predators. I would say so, yes. Extreme big boys. Extreme lads. Daniel check. Daniel's gonna check me out of existence. Jesus. I think like my brain knew that they were big, but I think I was imagining them as like 4 feet. You know, like that's a big animal. I did not think that they were 9 feet in length. I got this because I was looking at boars, wild boars, and it's like the wolf is the wild boar's main predator in most of its natural range except in the Far East and lesser Sunda Islands, where it is replaced by the tiger and Komodo dragon respectively. And I was like, Komodo dragon, really? Like, I know that they're big and they're carnivores, but they're gonna eat a wild boar? They sure fucking can. They sure can. They rival crocs in size. Yeah, cool. Jesus. Okay, well, good to know. I'll read their little encyclopedia page another day, because I clearly have a lot to learn. Let's see. Okay, this is extremely important. A boar from the age of 0 to 10 months is called a squeaker. They are called a squeaker. This is important knowledge. I need you all to know. When they are just little guys, they are called squeakers. That's so cute. They're called squeakers. And then after 10 months of age, 10 to 12 months, they're called juveniles. Which is a real downgrade, because squeakers is impeccable. Another one for the audience, wild boar get insanely huge too. Their size isn't And now if they're biking, just straight up causing a cross. Oh yeah, that's right, for Komodo dragons. Jesus. I'm sorry, when they're 3 to 5 years old, okay, a 2-year-old boar is called Pig of the Sounder. When they're 3 to 5 years, they're boar of the 4th year, boar of the 5th year, or boar of the 6th year. When they're 6 years old, they're called an old boar, and when they're over 7, they are called grand old boars. This is exceptional. These are very good. I would love to go look at this original. The Hunter's Library, Wild Boar in Europe. By Laurent Cabanot in 2001. I cannot look at this book online without doing a deep dive, so we'll have to just take their word for it. That's really good. These are exceptional. There's your test for different ranks. Society, literally! Literally! That is so powerful, and I love it. In such a genuine way. Oh my god, that's so good. Pig of the Sounder is so powerful. Grand old boar. These are so good. These are so very good. Subspecies, many. I don't want to look at subspecies right now. This is something I do want to look at in my free time for fun, because this is just what I do, but... Description. Trunk is short and robust, while the hindquarters are comparatively underdeveloped. Well, they're perfect little guys to me. Well-developed canine teeth which protrude from the mouths of adult males. Ah, so they're not really tusks, they're more of canine teeth. I want to use that. With protruding canines. I like that. But which protrude from the mouths of adult males, particularly. So there is a level of sexual dimorphism to their teeth. Just imagining a big warrior snorting and saying move aside. Squeaker! That's so good! I love it! Orc of the Sounder. Sounder is a herd of wild swine, so that's like literally one of the guys! We're just one of the guys! That's really good! I'm gonna make this canon. I don't give a shit. This is a fantasy world. And it's gonna be canon, baby. Sexual dimorphism is very pronounced in the species, okay, with males being typically 5 to 10% larger and 20 to 30% heavier than females. Males also sport a mane running down the back, which is particularly apparent during autumn and winter. Canine teeth are also much more prominent in males and grow throughout life. The upper canines are relatively short and grow sideways early in life, though they gradually curve upwards. Lower canines are much sharper and longer. Yes, okay. My brain was mixing those up for some reason. The exposed parts measuring 10 to 12 centimeters in length. I'm sorry. In the breeding period, males develop a coating of subcutaneous tissue, which may be 2 to 3 centimeters thick, extending from the shoulder blades to the rump, thus protecting vital organs during fights. That's so good and smart. Good job, guys. Good job, evolution. This is very good. Interesting. The piglets have little stripes, yes. And they're very cute. Contact calls, alarm calls, combat calls. Sense of smell is very well developed to the point that animals use in drug detection in Germany? That's cool! Is that where razorbacks come from? Oh, maybe. They armor up? Yeah. That's really cool. Hearing is also cute, though its eyesight is comparatively weak, lacking color vision and being unable to recognize a standing human 10 to 15 meters away. Pigs are one of 4 known mammalian taxa which possess mutations in the nicotinic acetylcholine receptor that protects against snake venom. Mongooses, honey badgers, hedgehogs, and pigs all have modifications to the receptor pocket, which prevents the snake venom alpha neurotoxin from binding. What the fuck? They're just immune to snake venom? That's cool as hell! They also truffle. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess that's... Oh my god, that's sick as hell. Why are they so powerful? Must be nice. Must be nice to have mutations in your nicotinic acetylcholine receptor. Orcs being effective green dragon slayers? Yeah. Yeah, I would give them poison. If they don't already have it, I would give them poison resistance. If somebody wanted that, I'd be like, fuck yeah, that works. That works for me. Especially if I'm emphasizing their, like, piggy nature. I would honestly, because in Mordekainen's, they have adrenaline rush. Ironically, they have dark vision. Which actually, they technically shouldn't if they're piggy in nature, but that's a different discussion. Rite of passage, hunt a green dragon wormling, right? I think RIT for like a ritualistic process. That's cool though, yeah. Oh, like a wormling or like a wyvern or just like something in that nature depending on where they're located, like... Yeah, I would swap out no dark vision, but advantage on checks using smell. Yeah, I would swap that out. I would be down to clown with that. And I feel like that's a pretty decent trade-off. And then they have... I would remove powerful build, which is just you count as one size larger when determining your carrying capacity and the weight you can push, drag, or lift. I don't really like to use carrying capacity, so I would remove that and instead put in, like, you either have advantage on poison or advantage against poison, or you're just immune. So I would just swap that out completely. Relentless endurance is you drop to 1 HP, which, okay. What is Volo's Guide to Monsters? Aggressive, primal intuition, powerful build, and Eberron's the same. Wildmouth's the same. Yeah. I would probably go with Mordekainen. I kind of like Mordekainen's different, like, flavor texts and stuff. That's why I was using it as a default. I think if people found better homebrew ones that were still pretty balanced, I wouldn't mind, but... And a 1d6 slashing damage melee attacks because tusk. Yeah, I think I would, I think I would argue if they are, like, old enough, if they wanted to do, like, a bite attack or something, or the equivalent of either a 1d6 or just a 1d4. Well, because an unarmed attack is a 1d4. I think that would be a situational thing. I think I would be like, if someone wanted to do a thing and they described it, I would just kind of rule it on the fly. But I wouldn't mind doing that. If that's something that people were like, I really want to do this thing. Can I do this? I'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever. Go for it. That's good. With protruding canines. I am going to keep the sexual dimorphism because I like it. If we're going with a more realistic, almost scientific basis to then flourish upon. And I'm gonna stipulate biological males because I don't give a shit about gender presentation. But science is cool. And we can enjoy and respect science while also having culture around it. They can go hand in hand. And people tell you otherwise, then they're stupid and wrong. It is cool. I like science. Science is cool, and they should work together. They should science and culture inform each other. And that's not something we should shy from. Because they're both good. Topic of tusk, did you know Royal Horn is a giant? Yes, a giant tooth! Yeah! That freaks me out. They're gonna bite you. in a weird way. Some narwhal have 2 of them. I love them. Animals are weird and they're so cool. Do you know how powerful I would have been if I didn't have a fucking learning disability for numbers? I would have gone into science. I love science. But I could never keep up with the actual academic class aspect of like doing formulas and shit. And so instead I went into grammar. That's a lathe fact. Sorry, I wanted to eat a cherry. I had to take a cherry break. Okay. Okay, so we have just learned a lot of really cool facts about wild boars. Let's apply this to orcs, because I think orcs having piggy features is really cute and good. And there's so much world building that we just came up with on the fly from just reading a really basic Wikipedia article. There's probably so much more that we could come up with if we learned in depth, but I just don't have the time. I wish I did, but I don't. Also, I'm... This is a perfect little creature. He's so good. I'm not gonna swap my screens around, so please just observe this perfect little child. Please observe this perfect little child. He's so good. Increase AC due to that beefed up hide. Yeah, he is baby. He is baby, and I love him. He's so good. Look at him amongst the dandelions. He's so scrungly. So small. So small. Look at, well, of course, this is why we call them squeakers. Because they're so cute. Just a little guy. He is just a little guy. Shooting cannons and the biological males. What if I just put in a note? No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep this very simple. If I start leaving jokes in the middle of my descriptions, it's gonna get out of hand. Excuse me. Their bodies are covered in a... now here's the question. Is it... I think it's hair. Yeah, it's hair, it's not fur. Kind of like deer. Deer don't have fur, they have hair. Fun fact. Woo woo! Do I dare ask why he's about to start crying? Do I dare? I really produce biological males. Their bodies are covered in coarse hair. With dark streaks that fade as they age, because that's true. When little babies have little stripes. I'm gonna say stripes, actually. Fade as they age. That's cute. I'm gonna put the stipulation here in the flavor text, although they lack dark vision. They boast a superior sense of smell and I'm gonna leave it at that, sense of smell. Many communities involve a rite of passage. I would say involve, well, many communities engage, well, no, okay. Many communities task their youths with slaying or harvesting from nearby, I don't want to necessarily narrow it down to just like dragons and wyverns, because there are other poisonous beasts, right? Like there are like basilisks and stuff like that, and cockatrices, and just big ol' snakes. So depending on where they live, I don't mind the idea of my peoples in this world kind of just being from all over and wherever. There's kind of only very certain limitations, like but even then, like yeah, like Genasi are they're born near Dumera's fault, for this reason. But, I mean, they can move after that. It's just where they're born. And then same thing as Gith are from technically not Panacea, but once they're here, they can be wherever. So I don't mind there being a little bit of wiggle room. I send me this later. Yeah, no. Yeah, these are just like my session 0 notes. Kind of, that have like lineages, and I didn't get to working on the actual like thing. Hello, Worm Surgeon! Hello, welcome in. They're like frog people. No, they're not frog people. They're aliens. I will unshrimp, thank you, because I have Grung. I want to include Grung that are frog people. Ow! Oh my god. Thank you for the unshrimping. I just turned my neck and I cracked it like a water bottle. Gripply are frogs. I don't know what Gripply are. I'm gonna look them up down though. Oh my god, they're little guys! Hey buddies! Cute! I like them. I like them. Are they here on this page? No, they're not here. I was using the absolutely legal online website for D&D resources. Because I'm not buying every book in existence. Yeah, but Gith are, since Apros and Sukalos are canon, and they are Gith that even in their backstories are from space. Yeah, I use wiki.t. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to coyly. But since they are from space, Gith are from space, but they're like nomadic archivists and adventurers and stuff. Hey bros, yeah! That was all good. They had to be adapted since they are very Faerunian in nature. But I wanted to include them since they were used in the one-shot. But they had kind of similar vibes and backgrounds, so I was like, maybe this is just what the people are like. And Panacea has like weird magnetics going on that people can't just go up and down. But I really want to include like little meteorite like drop caches that people can find. And also like a star forge I think would be cool to make like different magical items and stuff. I don't have the details of it, I just saw it as an idea and I was like, I want that. I'm grabbing idea, taking idea. But that's for later. I don't have to figure it out now. That would be a point of interest on map sort of a thing. Big third-party stuff, and you know, yeah, I love that website. And like, in my defense, I have bought books in my time playing D&D. I bought like the Player's Handbook, I bought the Dungeon Masters, I bought the Anthars, and I bought, I think, Tales from Yawning Portal, because I wanted like one-shot ideas. So I have partaken in capitalism. You ain't gonna get any more money out of me. Well, now hang on. Venomous. Not poisonous, venomous. It's a rite of passage. Okay, we're seeing. I'm gonna do Suid because I can't decide. Their shattered build, protruding canines, and biological males. Their bodies are covered in coarse hair with dark stripes that fade as they age. Although they lack dark vision, they boast superior sense of smell. Many communities attack their use with slaying or harvesting from nearby venomous creatures as a rite of passage. I feel like a lot of people did. Yeah. Yeah. But that's fine. It is what it is. Also, how are you doing, Worm Surgeon? How was your week been? Should I want to keep these separate pages? Probably. I need to worry about formatting later because it's kind of a disaster. What is your problem with this? Humanoid? No. You are incorrect. Humanoids that are imbued with— yeah. Why are you bothering me? Stop it, Microsoft. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I think we oh, I have to fix half orc. Yeah, because I initially just kind of copy-pasted from, like, generic. Bit of an emotional battle, but I got my tower shield up. Sometimes some weeks are just like that. Hopefully it gets easier. Hopefully you could just kind of enjoy the weekend and relax and recharge, you know? Just kind of reset after a long week. And oh no. A stouter build. Sure, why not? Whatever. That doesn't really matter. It's flavor text anyway. Because I don't think they really need much change. Rung. Herring gun. Lizard folk. Wardle. Wardle. Gonna be light remodeling our kitchen soon, and I'm so excited. Ooh, that is very exciting. That's a big change, but that'll be fun! Okay, I think that these are good little flavor texts for the lineages, ancestries, races. I don't really mind what word is used. Use it and not being anxious wreck. Yeah! That's good! It'll be nice and cozy, and then hopefully once it's like done and remodeled, it'll be good for a while, you know? Yeah. Twist of Fate is something that Legends of Avantris use, and I kind of really like. Is players can re-roll, but they suffer some kind of a drawback, which is rolled on a D100 table. Which is very fun. That usually makes for very silly things. It's just little stuff like, all water tastes like oil, so it's not like mechanical hindrances. They're usually just like RP things, which I think is cute. Remember the Honk Legion too? Oh baby, you know it. I don't have my clown fit on now, but you know I got that clown fit. Yeah, I'm watching their Once Upon a Witchlight campaign right now, and it's very good. It's very good. I'm very far behind. I'm only on like episode 7 or something, but I kept seeing actually Mealy Neely here in chat, she who by the way has commissions open, you should go check out her work. She would send me like TikToks from their games, and they would always make me laugh, and I was like, I should just go watch one of their games. And so I started up Once Upon a Witchlight, and it's very fun, and it's really fun, and honestly I really like the module too, and I'm kind of like, I kind of want to run a game with this module. It seems really fun. It's very my flavor, so, but I was like, I don't want to spoil it or get burnt out on it, you know, since I'm also watching them play it. Okay, I should work on setting. How long have I been streaming for? I have been streaming for 4 hours. Wow, really? It's been 4 hours? It doesn't feel like it. I guess, yeah, it's 2:30. Maybe stream for a little longer. I like chit-chatting with you guys. Yeah, we've been chatting a lot. I like it though. Time flies when you're having fun. It's true. It's true. That's what I like. That's what I missed about streaming. Is it's like I like sitting and talking with you guys. And then if people aren't like feeling chatty that day for whatever reason, then it's good like focus time. So it's good either way, you know? So I'm at with Curse of Strahd. I've started it like 5 times now, so I'm very burnt out on it. Yeah. Curse of Strahd seems like that kind of module for a lot of people. Is that people really want to play it and run it, but it's very hard to get it like going and keep it going. I don't know why. It's very fun. The times that I've like kind of dipped my toes into it as a player, it's very fun and enjoyable. I don't know what goes into running it though. I don't know what it's like on the DM side. So I think it's Scarlet. I think Scarlet runs it. Yeah, that's her session like with Brandon and everybody. Is they run Curse of Strahd. And I think they've been running it for a while. Strahd, that game was like. Also, we'll stream for a little bit longer. We'll do some setting stuff because I think that these are pretty much done. The lineages and stuff. Okay, Anodyne's the. Fucking forgot I called it Anodyne. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna get attacked. This is not a secret. This is not a secret. This is not a spoiler. This game of Strahd was like 2018. Oh shit! Wait, did they finish Strahd? I know that she said that they're doing Waterdeep Dragon Heist. I for some reason thought that that was like a different game. I didn't realize that they finished Strahd. What the fuck? I want to hear about it. Am I FTPK'd or just stopped? Oh shit. I remember that there were a couple instances of near TPKs. I gotta ask her about it. I thought that... Interesting. Interesting. I want to know more. Also, what was... I also have issues with Strahd as a character. Oh, I think most people do. I think almost everybody who runs Curse of Strahd, like, tweaks his character. Which I feel like is also just part of, running Curse of Strahd, is you just kind of, everybody tweaks his character and also changes, Arena and Ismark. There's kind of a lot of things with Curse of Strahd that, are a little rough and need changing. Which I think is fine, honestly. At this point, it's published, right? Like, the only thing that they could do is republish it as, like, a Curse of Strahd 2.0, which they could do, but I think their budget is probably focused elsewhere. Because that's how business works, whether we like it or not, so. The Death House. I was very good and never looked anything up, so I just hear people say that over and over. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should put this on a different page then. Anodyne doesn't really have much to it, actually. I don't think I really need to write much. I suppose if it's been 6 years, I might as well. Yeah. Well, and again, plus, like... I feel like it depends on you as a player, right? Like, if you were a player that even with the meta knowledge, if you'll, like, metagame or not. Which I'm not saying that you will, but you in a general, plural sense. Because sometimes, like, I'll look stuff up, but I'm like, well, I know that, but, like, Lucy doesn't, so whatever. Doesn't benefit her. I know how to keep those two thoughts separate. Yeah. Yes, I need to change this, because there's specifically a train station in it, and that's why I've added this. I have issues with not finding him as interesting a villain as I probably should. Yeah, I get that. He is very kind of... I feel like he's a very one-track villain, which is good and bad, right? Like, sometimes it's fun to just have a villain who is a creepy, terrible villain that you just beat up and save the day. But sometimes it can also be fun to have a villain that has, like, a little bit more, like, depth and gray to them. I think it just depends on like what you like as a person, what you like as a DM, and just what you like at the time. Because I like both, but at different points in my life depending on my mood, so. But then it's hard, right? Because since it's a pre-written module, so if you don't like how kind of one note he is, like 1-2 note, if you want to add more depth to him, you have to do it as the DM. And then you have to tweak things out from here and there, but... okay. Starting an adventure, and yeah, you're gonna be here for 20 minutes, so this doesn't really matter. This doesn't need to be too in-depth, but... it's from the record of nearby hamlets that all came together to form a new unified community. It has since thrived as a hub for travelers and traders needing a place, needing a rest or place to do business on the way to other locations. Where's Panacea? This is art and thanks. Strange Station. Posts. Great. I'll say from. Part of me almost instinctively wrote Perestroika, and I was like, I can't do that, no one's gonna understand what that means. Relationship with Irina is what turns me on to how cool he is. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a creepazoid. But again, like, I feel like that's part of it, where, like, he's supposed to be a creepy little freak that you enjoy fighting and being you know, he's supposed to be, like, awful to make him a good villain in that sense. So there's no gray area that, like, he is a bad guy. But again, like, if that's not really, like, your personal flavor, or the flavor that you want for a game you want to run with your friends, is you maybe want, like, a little bit more depth, then you'd have to tweak it from there, so... just depends. If you start this game, it may take a long break from DM for a while to forget the time. That's my other thing, is part of why I've been hesitant to run this, because it's like, oh my god, Suki, you've done how much? And this is not my primary doc. This is just my session 0 doc that I have for streaming today. I have a full, huge DM doc for my personal reference, with a whole bunch of ideas and puzzles and other bullshit that I'm just have in a central area. And it's like, we have all this work, why haven't you DM'd it? Because everybody's kind of like playing in long games, and social anxiety on my part, but also it's like everybody's in long games, and it's already kind of like hard to find a time when everybody can play in those games. I don't want to like take away that time slot. So, I don't know, it's complicated. It's all emotional stuff, it's all emotional social stuff. Yeah, not big spoiler alert, but you're not going to stay in this town. Session 0, you're going to start here and you're going to have to leave. Every time adventure is song across the sound, rebuilt. Yeah. I'm gonna specify after expansion. For a new unified community. Has since thrived as a hub of nearby hamlets after his expansion. Rebuilt from the wreckage of nearby hamlets after Kashi's expansion. No, this is incorrect. I know my fucking conjunctions. Don't tell me that I don't. Dancing on my shoulder. Honk honk. Honk honk. Since thrived as a for travelers, need a place. Need a rest or place to do business on the way to the location. This is a part thanks to the train station host from Panacea's rebuilding effort. Yes. I think that's really all it needs to say. Because again, there's really not much here other than like need a place name. I need to tab over to something else. Right. similar. Give me some synonyms to work with here. What is this word? Oh, great, fantastic. It's not the answer I want to Google. What did I say before? Get too involved in reading something. We want to genuinely talk tonight as we play about where and what we want to do to get the vast towards the end. Not in a rushing sense, just in a hey, this game's been going on for 4 years, and I'd like to take a break and let other people DM. Yeah, I figured that was what we were doing with like side quests, because like we finished Torsten's little side quest. And then I don't know whoever is whoever is next on the docket. And then yeah, plot points and then invite, yeah. Because we finished Torsten's thing, so I guess it would be more of like which little character quest do we do next, sort of a thing. To speak in silly game terms. Maybe option required. Okay. Okay. Ariel. Yes, this is the thing that I want to read. Hi, Qmei! Yeah, I am still streaming. Yeah, I know. I didn't realize how long I was going on for because we were chit-chatting about tabletop stuff. So I'm streaming for just a little bit longer. Honestly, probably not much. You know, there was a point in conversation earlier where my brain like turned to fuzzy white noise, and I was like, man, why is my brain and my eyes so tired? And it makes sense now because I've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. Every problem is making characters excited about that have no way to fit into a party. Yeah, that could be hard. I always have, right, because I feel the same way, as I always have lots of characters that I are either pre-existing or I get fun ideas for, but then when I actually get into a game, like a new game, excuse me, I'm like, do I really want to play that character in this setting, or with this group, or with this motivation? I did probably told you about a while back, yeah. And sometimes it just, you know, does change that way. At least for me, like, the way that I make characters is very dynamic and kind of evolves as I play them. So sometimes it's like, I'm not very good at picking a character and be like, I'm gonna make them fit. But some people can do that, you know? High-tech Warforged Bard, ooh, that's pretty cool. Also, Qmei, how are you doing today? I never asked you, I apologize. How are you doing? How's your weekend going so far? I could make this into a pun for Scarlet if I really tried. That could be a fun pun for Scarlet, but I have to make it. Lexi is hard to fit into a party as a high-functioning chaotic. Yes. Yes. Evil characters are very hard to fit into a party. Even in evil games. Because you tend to be very self-serving as a character, and so it can be hard to, like, cooperate. It's not impossible. I think it is very possible. But it can be very tricky to do. No, okay, just been obsessed with ZZZ. Someone else was telling me about that today. I think Fishmage was in here earlier, was saying it. I think, Flaze is also playing it, right? Did I see that right? That Flaze was the one who played it, like, 6 hours yesterday? It was either Flaze or Winkas. I thought you meant Sleeve. No, well, Sleeve is also very good. Me too. Yeah, she tried out. She doesn't know if she wants to continue it. That's fair, yeah. I'll have to peek into it a little bit more. Because, it's very interesting that everybody is so into it. I was like, it must be good. There's too many games right now, yeah. Well, and they're in the middle of Ocarina of Time too, right? I think I saw that they just finished the Water Temple. It was like their last like big thing. You can make friends. Oh, that's good. That's a big part of it. Ooh. Someone's doing yard work and it is so very loud and distracting. Also, why are you doing yard work at 2:40 p.m. when it's the hottest point of the day in the middle of the summer? Don't do that. Gang, don't do that. That's dangerous. Very Persona-esque side of combat stuff, and I think that's why a lot of people aren't enjoying it. Ah, interesting. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like that would be an appeal. There's a huge rift in the people who have played. Yeah, I guess it's true, yeah, if you're not really into that game style, it can be very polarizing. Just as personality and goals are hard to collaborate with given he's a project that was intentionally made to be a monster. Mm-hmm. I think characters like that can be fun for like growth though over time. Also, I'm not gonna think of puns while I'm on stream because frankly my brain's just not gonna work. Make this a pun for Scarlet. Even if Scarlet doesn't play, I think they'll get a kick out of that. I think this is fine. Okay, what if we go back up to Sanctuary? Sanctuary needs a lot of work. Yeah, oh yeah. Basil or Milton? I forget which one runs which. The glass bee. Initially. Milton. No. Basil. This is all kind of old stuff. Okay. Basil owns... Yes. Yes. Yes, that's right. Basil owns the store. Milton owns... Okay. I need to clarify this for myself because I'm getting confused. Basil runs the blank. Oh. Milton runs the blank. Because their places work together. Andromeda's just high cyberpunk levels of tech, so she's hard to finish. Yeah. She's bunny. She's bunny. Yeah. I get that. I'm always very hesitant to bring in too much, like, advanced slash sci-fi tech into stuff like D&D, because D&D is so, like, oh my god, hi Eli, welcome back! How was your lunch? But D&D is so, like, medieval, mid-tech fantasy that it can very, very quickly become unbalanced if you start handing people lasers. It either becomes unbalanced or you get into Star Wars territory where, like, I have a laser gun and all this technology, but I can't hit anything with it because I have to rely on a dice. Looks good. It has a pizza pockets that you made yourself. That sounds so good. That sounds really yummy. Never made dough before with just flour and Greek yogurt. Ooh, yeah, dough's not too hard to make. It's just kind of like time consuming. Well, actually, since I'm rewriting and cleaning this up, what does my instinct tell me? Because if I assign one of them to one shop and the other to the other, but my brain keeps thinking that they're vice versa, then I'm just gonna get confused. Maestro Bard! Nice. I need to actually look this up real quick. Oh, also, how am I doing in this? I haven't looked up yet. One sec. I'll put my little cat player. I need to just check something. Gotta go lay down. Okay. Good night, Layla. I drop her vibes in the server later. Yeah, if you want to. I will check Spencer's dinky. The dinky. The dinky. Oh, I can, Jesus, I can close like all these tabs. I do not need these open. I had opened so much stuff during like research moment. Okay. Where's my... There it is, okay. I can bring my notes back up. Okay. Basil runs the shop, Milton runs the warehouse. The boarding house is run by Milton Valentine. While the other spouse, Basil, runs the store. Yes, they get jokes all the time. I think it's funny. It's because they have some of these adventures. To be. They retired because, frankly, they just felt like it. I don't want it to be deeper than that. They just felt like retiring. They just wanted to, because I say so. Okay, Sanctuary is rewarded against undead. Okay, yes, the undead, fine, we'll put in the article. Years ago, it was a small emergency set up around an old cathedral, abandoned for the most part, until the nearby communities needed shelter. The cathedral was warded against... No, not awarded. Warded. Against the undead and the unholy witch. Clergy was active, made for a natural shelter hospital when needed, even long after it went out of active service. Urbanity of the surrounding communities flocked to it for safety. Hopes that conservators were still active and rewarded, and soon past travelers announced the community's gathered to Sanctuary as a beacon. Fritz was among them, bringing his inventions, resources, and schematics with him in order to ease the burden locals would have from taking on so many refugees. Over time, yeah, became the go-to problem solver. Okay. PC plays the lid, there could be a hole in a ward like sewer access, etc. Doesn't always have to be. Yeah, I like to give like a little bit of bare bones for, because the Valentines will be reoccurring NPCs, even if they're just reoccurring and like you need to buy items or whatever, so they're from here. But just in case they get spoken to on a more personal level, if I at least have the bare bones, then I can riff off from there. But I think it's fine. I also want to clarify that they just felt like it because Basil is in a wheelchair, so I don't want it to be like they retired because he's incapable because he is disabled. It's like, no, he worked fine for years. They just wanted to have a shop and have steady income and have a life together. I don't know. I feel like it's not unreasonable to have the self-preservation desire to not be an adventurer and wait for a monster to eat you versus settling down and having a proper business and family and so on. And also because I need to have a very basic background on them, because as ex-adventurers, they are by design meant to... They're running the boarding house and the store for a reason, as both resources for the players, and if the players want information, they have a reason to be knowledgeable about the area, about potential threats and things like that, because that was their job before this, so... You know. I think I also have a note that they, like, wanted to, like, adopt and stuff, so it's like, well, you know. Could you adopt while also being an adventurer? Yeah, but it's probably a lot more stable to do so if you have a established, thriving business. Which they do. And actually, I need to put in a note about that they probably flee their original town. Expansion and resettled in Sanctuary. Coming. The community. Travelers. Okay. Adventurers adopt little guys all the time. Yeah! That's true. But do they adopt small baby children and then bring them into danger? No. But maybe the players will do that. I don't know. I don't have control over that. Now the community's main center of Sanctuary is reserved as an emergency shelter. The buildings around it, however, are the administrative heart of the new city. Yes. I'm gonna put here. So that these headings don't get confusing, I'm just gonna put OG because this has changed. I do like the idea. I'm not gonna flesh all of these out. Some of them are just kind of fleshed out though. Actually, that's a good point, is that Sanctuary is big. Sanctuary is big. These are my notes, so I can just clean these up later for players. Yes. I know, it's... I promise it's a proper noun. I promise. In this case, it is a proper noun. Stop. It is a... I think it's been about 20 years, so we'll do approximately 20 years. It has... to a dense population. All the amenities come with a new city. Because it is very dense. Because it's their main hub city, so it needs to be. It needs to have kind of vaguely everything that they might need. This will... Oh no, don't do that. Oh, I can't leave a comment. Because that will... sensitive information. That'll have to be a link for me later. Yeah. Runs the shop. Okay. What did I have here initially? Glass B. Yes, Glass B. The Glass B is the shop, because there's a reason for that. I don't think I named the boarding house, though. I think it was originally Disney Traveler, but I don't like that anymore. Just do that for now. So stupid, Unbridled Enthusiasm. Such a dumb name for this. For the stables. I am gonna keep it though. Because I like silly stuff like that. Okay, we'll just say other key locations. We'll just make a little list. Because we have a little list, so let's refine it. General store is the Glass B. Boarding house. Unnamed. What else do we have here? Ooh. The Honeycomb House had a plot to it. This is old, but I do still want to use this. I mean, I guess I could just give this to Milton. That would be cute, actually, because... Actually, that would be really cute because of Glass Bee and then Honeycomb House. That's thematic. I like that. Let's just do that. Honeycomb House. Been hanging at a sanctuary too, but significantly more depressing. Oh no! Well, that's no good. Our sanctuary is gonna be nice and happy. I was so grits my teeth when, what is it called? Maybe it was Diablo 4 or whatever that game is came out, and I guess the world is called Sanctuary. Because I don't know anything about that series until my friends played the new version that came out like a year ago or whatever. And I've been working on this setting for a very long time. And so they were like, I was like, and it had the name Sanctuary, because again, nominative determinism, this is supposed to be the safe hub city that the players can live in and visit. So I was like, well, it's a simple name because it's simple for a reason. And then that game came out and the world is called Sanctuary and I was like, grits my teeth, no! They were playing Diablo, yeah. I was like, that happens every freaking time. I didn't steal it, I swear. I have timestamp documents. I don't know anything about the series. We're gonna leave the bath as the water lily because this had a plot hook. Sanctuaryism. I know. Oh, there's the main train station. Train station hub. The actual inner sanctuary. Cathedral. Which is basically Ritz's office. If they ever get to meet him. Like Star Wars doesn't have enough. I know. It's just that thing where it's like, whenever like you see something, like you work on something in your personal work, and then a big IP does it, and so then if you ever post any of your work and people are like, "Oh, did you get it from this?" It's like, no, people can have similar ideas. Some people aren't bothered by that sort of thing, but I am not one of them. I'm bothered when people come in and are like, "Oh, is your art style from this? Is this character from this IP?" It's like, no, I don't draw fan art, so it will probably never be. Thank you, though. I know it's not meant anything by it. I don't ever... It's nothing against whoever does it, but... People are just trying to engage with your work and in a touchstone that they're familiar with. But sometimes it's like a little kick in the kidney of like, yep, yep. Just one of those things. Just one of those creative things. And again, some people aren't bothered by it at all. Some people are like, yeah, absolutely. Or like, it's not, there's no relation, but they just don't care. But your Sanctuary and Diablo Sanctuary, yeah, I feel like Diablo Sanctuary is not a nice place. From the little bit that I saw when they streamed it on Disky for me. I got post office. Unbridled Enthusiasm is such a good name, but I don't know. I like Knucklebones. I like a game hall. Ooh! I'm gonna specify this. I forgot. The fucking casino and Fighters Guild is one place. It doesn't have an official name now. No, it sucks, yeah. It is an awful place to be. I don't think... I don't remember its name. I'd have to go digging for it. What else is in Sanctuary? Cathedral. I think that this is also like a hospital. Um... What else would a city need in terms of what player characters care about? Nature is like a starry sky. Lovely place to be. Because obviously a city has many, many amenities, but what will player characters care about? Armor weaponsmiths, yes, that's a good point. Armor weapons. Probably magic items, yeah. Magic items or shop. Yeah, they're all gone. Yeah, they're always little motes of light in an endless black void. Exactly! Step outside Sanctuary and it's an undead hellscape. You step inside and it's fine. Same hat. You guys same hatted. I thought, oh, you know, probably like an alchemist or an herbalist. I know that those are different things, but... Because what would they care about before they're going on? Because I have, like, locations in the world, but those are for outside. They can get things like maps from the Honeycomb House, from the boarding house. Clothing shop. Ooh, yeah! Clothing shop. Yeah. Clothing shop tailor. Jewelry. Photocopy place for sure. You know, that's really not a bad idea actually, because there is kind of light magical technology. Like they have phones and stuff. Because they implement a sending spell into the phone. Oh my god, that's actually a good point. Jewelry, they need like a token exchange because I don't think I didn't grab it. So some of Ritz's inventions, he is so if Kashay is like the Archlich, he is the super bad guy. He is bad guy, there is no nuance to him. He is bad guy. Ritz is his good counterpart. Ritz is... I wanted to give players both an immutable bad guy and an immutable good guy. And then other characters and NPCs in the world might have some gray to them, but I wanted to at least give them two pillars of good and bad. At least insofar as general morality goes. Their characters from there can go from there. But a lot of Ritz's inventions were made by basically taking common either cantrips or low-level spells and enchanting common items with them. So there are essentially phone booths that use the sending spell, but in order to activate the magic, because if you don't have the spell, then, you know, it's not like a scroll where you can just cast it anyway. There are like magical tokens that are then used to fuel the spell and are either used up or you have to recharge them. So an actual like bank or token exchange would be very helpful because that is a key component of the world. Gaming can make a telephone, you can too. Yeah, glassmaker, carpentry. Well, I think glassmaker and carpentry are good to have as back burner things, but I don't think the players themselves would really go to them without like a specific need. I'm not gonna give them like a house to customize, at least not right out the gate. If they accumulate a level of wealth that they want to get an HQ, they can do that, but right out the gate they're gonna be staying at either like the boarding house or if their character has friends or family in the city. Because I think it's one thing like once they're established and then if they want to do that, but right out the gate I'm gonna limit it. Players tie a string around the token. No, because, well, they can, but because what happens is there are two types of tokens. There are tokens that you can recharge where it takes the magical energy, for, you know, lack of general terms. It absorbs that magical energy, that spell slot that it is storing, and then it's just a dull piece of coin, or whatever it is, I forget what it is. Or there are like almost paper tokens that go in and then just disintegrate upon you, so you can't recharge those. They still have the same value, but one is like maybe more expensive, but you can recharge it. It's kind of like a Metro card. You can either pay with your tokens, like your actual coins, but then it's gone, or you can pay with like a Metro card and refill it as you need. It's the same concept. Where's the ward generated from? An arcane generator that gets strained by rats in the cables. I think the ward is more of a, it's like consecrated ground. But that's interesting. That could be a good plot point. I'm gonna put that up here. How is the ward generated, maintained? That's definitely something that Kashi's interested in. I just haven't really thought about it. But that is a good note for me to remember to think about it later. I provide a possibility. A Manderville gold saucer equivalent. In what capacity? I'm only familiar with that in terms of Final Fantasy XIV, in terms of like basically the casino currency. Let me actually check my whilst I ask my question, let me check my notes over in Google Docs. Docs.google.com. Isn't it? I guess it's in a different. Oh, I'm sorry, Winnie. I didn't just startle you. Is it in here? So I know I wrote down how the tokens and stuff work, but I don't have it here. Yeah. It's the same as this is how he made trains. He basically made a magical steam engine. And I researched how steam engines were made to think of it. So he uses common create water and heat metal spells that are used as the water provides the fuel. The water is heated, expanding the steam molecules and forcing a connected piston to rise as it pushes against the piston. Cold water is then injected into the piston by a connected condenser, causing the pressure to drop and the piston alongside it. Without a great loss of excess energy, the cycle causes the piston to rise and fall. An additional axle is connected to the device to alleviate the loss of more energy. A similar steam process fueling this axle and improving the rate of movement with the help of its torque. The axle is connected to a wheel, which smooths out its movements to prevent jerky motions. So there's various pieces fueling it. And then he imbued the rails with the Longstrider spell, providing additional momentum to the locomotive riding on them, while the steam engine provided a practical form of propulsion. Yes, I did spend a lot of time on this for basically no reason. How many guild houses? Yes, that was the other thing I needed to do, is I needed to do guild houses, because guilds were an extremely vital part of the faction economy and social structure of most medieval societies, and I was like mid-research on them. They were essentially extremely powerful unions way back when. Medieval goals. Oh, place to go play. Yes, I do have that. That is the Fighters Guild is also a casino. People can come in and be like laymen's and go in and play. But primarily it is for bringing back your spoils of war and adventuring and showing off. And if you have a good enough prize, you get like elevated benefits and rank and so on and so forth. People can come and like challenge each other for different prizes. So it's not quite as brutal as gladiatorial combat, but it is very much a sanctioned rough and tumble casino in a way. Because I wanted a casino, but I didn't want it to be very on the nose, like, it's the Thieves Guild. And I was like, well, you know what else is needed in common is the Fighters Guild. So what happens if you mash those two together? What was I looking for? Oh, I was looking for the currency. Oh, well, yeah, I can't show this. This is spoilers. Where are his tokens? I know I made them. Oh, here we go. They're right here. Yeah. I need to copy this. This. I thought I had more I probably do have more detail, but let me just put this here, I guess, for now, until I find the more detail that I wrote. Excuse me. Yeah, there's parchment and charged coins. Yeah, so you can't actually store a spell in it, it's just the raw magical energy of a spell slot, essentially. Which means that there needs to be a place for people to acquire these and to recharge them. Yeah, because they have like freezers and refrigerators, they have cleaning devices, thermometers, fertilizers that are imbued with druidcraft. I know fertilizers are not like a technology thing. Flint strikers, mending sewing needles, spare the dying gloves, basically make a defib. They have thaumaturgy cones for megaphones, shape water pumps for plumbing, and message hand boxes for short range radios, and then sending boxes for telephone. So they have a lot of fun stuff. A mail house, if for no reason for a physical location other than to deliver mail. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, where's yeah, there's post office. There's also a post office like guild. They have messengers because I am for some reason fascinated by the post office and the postal service. So I always have that. I don't know why. I also like sending letters and stuff in games. So yeah, they'll probably they can either get a PO box or it'll be delivered like here. But if they want to send stuff, they can go there. What else? Do I have anything in my other notes? Yeah, here, let me... What I already have. This is just about Ritz, which is not really... What about here? What about in this document? Oh, library. He of an arena. Adventure PO box, their fans can send them stuff! Yeah, that'd be cute. Let me write that down. For their fans. Yeah, sports or fighting would probably be in the Fighters Guild, the casino. Oh, library. Archives. Oh, the library is public. The archives are private. That is a thing I already established. A location that allows them to either create something unique after gathering an unseen resource. You know, I do like that, actually. I'm gonna just call it for the sake of maybe like a crafting center. Community center. Because he would be a proponent of this. Ritz is not a shitty person. Ritz is actually a really nice guy. Amphitheater, some public third location. Ooh, a theater is good. I do like a theater. Even if it doesn't come up immediately. Theaters are always fun. You know what I could even do? Like you said, like an amphitheater to sanctuary, have a teleport pad and airport. They have the main train station. That is their main means of commerce. I haven't decided if it... Because I initially was gonna put... Yeah, trains! I was initially gonna put it at the center of a lake. For a long list of reasons that I don't want to get into. Not because there's anything bad, I'm very sleepy. But I'm kinda like, I have another city that is not in this setting, but in my personal stuff that is in the middle of a lake, and I'm like, do I really want to do that twice? It's kind of funny, but do I want to do it twice? I had a nickel for every time I put a main city in the center of a lake. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. So I don't know if I want it to be landlocked or not, I'm still deciding. But they do have a train. Ritz has designs for dirigibles, but that is a plot point that he's like, I don't want... It's not a big plot, it would be like a side thing, so it's not spoilers, but it's basically like he has the designs for it, but he doesn't want to implement them because they're having problems with highwaymen robbing the trains as it is, so he's like, I don't want to give them access to the air. That would be bad. That would be not good for us if they then got a hold of those. And also them, like, boarding a train, taking stuff, and leaving, or stopping a train to take stuff and leaving is bad, but much less catastrophic than them trying to get on a dirigible and it potentially exploding, and being a huge disaster, so... But maybe that'll be a plot point. Maybe the PCs will help with that. Yeah! Pet store! I like the pet store attached with the, stables and, like, just animals in general. There was something- oh, that's right. I wanted, like, a theater arts center. This could be fun if it's, like, theater, art gallery, museum, like that type of a place, like a cultural center. A cultural center would be cute. Probably these would be, like, attached to each other. What is the word I'm looking for? I don't think coinciding is the word, but with crafting. But I could see these two, like, working together, being, even if they're just neighbors. I'll just say culture. The crew of drunken pilots were the only airship pirates. Exactly! I'm sure it would go great. There would be no problems. What else? That's outside of the city. This is the lineages. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. These are factions. Do any of them... Oh, that's right. I did name the post office is the pigeon farm. That's right. Did I name the fire? No. Oh, I forgot about the salt bearers. Farms. Gotta have a place to make. Yeah. I feel like there's probably, I like the idea of there not being enough room for, like, full farm acreage, but with Ritz's inventions, they almost have, like a gardening center, which sounds very minimalist, but minimized, but with inventions. Yes. Yeah, hydroponics are- yeah, exactly. Monster advanced growth in a limited amount of space. Yeah, I'm even gonna put in the hydroponics because I'll research that and see how that can be implemented. A carnival. I like the idea of I have an idea for a carnival, but I think that would be something outside of the city. Like that could be like a plot hook that they go do, like in a little adventure that they go do. Where did I write down? I need to. Salt bears are a group that I have. Actions. Is there anything else? Alavi's company's not in the main city. The curators are probably in the cultural center. Inventors would be in the crafting center. I kind of want it to be limited / monotheism, just because I could use a whole pantheon that I have written for my personal work over the years. I don't think people are gonna read it. I think that if they even read any of this, not that they would read like this list of places, but like the lineages that I was working on before. If they read even that, I would be surprised. Which again is not a slight against anybody. It's just it's a lot to read. You know, people want to just jump in and get to it, which is fine. So I need to keep it minimal how much information I am giving them. But that does also mean that if it's a monotheistic society or a very limited pantheon, that, you know, I don't need to worry about like 5 different cathedrals or anything, or 5 different temples, or like 5 different like religious practices and cultures and stuff. I can just worry about just one, which I think would be easier for everybody involved. Like to read if you feel comfortable. Yeah, I can always put that stuff in Carnation in my little in my channel. You can tell I'm getting sleepy because I'm forgetting how to talk. It has been 5 hours. Wow, this is probably the longest I've ever streamed. Probably it's a lot though, I will say, because even the documents that I already have in my little, I think, Toasting channel for like Merkezi and Wista and stuff, like those have been up there and I don't think anybody's read them because it's a lot, because I do stuff like this. I get into population density and stuff like that that most people find very boring. Kind of the 5 faces, 1 temple, 5 entrances, 5 cultures, but they're really just flavors of the same one. You know what's funny, Eli, is my goddess of death, 5 is her like holy number. It's just funny that you picked 5. They're really just flavors of the same one. I like that though, that's interesting. I did kind of, I had been toying with an idea of because I'm like, well, what kind of a deity would people worship or attribute? What events and phenomena about our world would they attribute to a deity? And it's usually natural things. Weather, earthquakes, storms, growth, animals, things like that. Things that humans don't naturally understand. Is they're like, well, it must be part of something bigger, which makes sense. So I feel like probably an encompassing earth deity, and I think also one pretty easy to shoehorn. Yeah, and I think also because the primary antagonist of this world is a lich. So not that death itself is bad, it is a natural part of life, albeit of course a terrible one, but it is a part of life. But him being an antagonist to a deity that has a natural cycle and order of things, and him disrupting that by, you know, taking death for himself and corrupting it, I think would be a good theistic practice to have in place of the world. 5 seasons, yeah. Spring, summer, fire, autumn, winter. Yeah, we're in fire right now. We were in summer for a couple weeks and now we're in fire. Paris. Yeah. So, but I need to really, I Yeah, it really feels like that. I'm feeling like that now, actually. This room has gotten, like, really, really hot, which is strange because this room is on the eastern side of the house, so it should have been hotter earlier in the day. Usually the western side of the house is, like, hard to breathe in, but this room is really, really warm. Rasmus is one of my favorite teeth deity. I do not know it. Let's see. Let's Google it. Rasma. Ah! Pathfinder. Yeah. I love pantheons. And again, I have a whole pantheon. I have your little origin primordial deities, and then their direct offspring, and then like extended offspring, and all that good stuff. But I genuinely think from the standpoint of game design, I think it would be too much to put on players. I would only make a pantheon flesh of the origin you've got. Yeah, exactly. I want to propose the idea in a vague sense, because if people want to make like a cleric or a warlock or something, I want to give them options for flavor, but I don't want to bog them down with information that they're never gonna like use or look at. So I think having a general deity of like, she encompasses these concepts and these moral pillars, right? Because that's essentially what most religions are, is, you know, moral anchor points to live your life as a human. You know, she embodies these ideals. And then from there, also because if the deity is like over-encompassing, then that's not limiting, like, well, I want to be a Tempest cleric, so I can only align to these specific gods, right? Like, if it's a monotheistic society, then any cleric or any warlock or any paladin or just any person aligns with her in whatever way best fits with their character. So in a way, limiting it to one deity gives more room for interpretation and, you know, character decisions. The way she came into the universe of Pathfinder's opening a door to that world from a different one, being there from the very beginning of the universe, implying she's impossibly ancient. Yeah, that was what I have for Sinir and Kukuela, are my deities of death and life, and Sinir is primordial death and Kukuela is primordial life, because for me those are like pretty solid anchor points in societies. The all-encompassing craftsmanship of life and making things, and then the end of them in death. And then from there, there's like, they have their children of, you know, like agriculture, of wild nature, and so on and so forth. It's too many. It's too many to get into when I'm tired. But too many for people to read through, I think. I would just put monotheistic spot. It would probably be the cathedral. Well, but the cathedral's been kind of implemented into like a hospital, which I do like. Excuse me. But a place of worship and dedication, I think, is fine. It makes sense, especially in a society that basically went through an apocalypse. Definitely would definitely have one of these. I think this is good. I think that these are good key spots. And then, if people get into the game, I can always ask, be like, what kind of places would you like your character to frequent? Because also when people make their characters, I might see what kind of flavor they're going with and be like, ah, they might benefit from having access to this type of place. But I can't know that until, you know, I see character sheets, but that's not an immediate thing, so. I think this is a good list for now. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta stop dreaming. I'm so tired. Just hit me like a ton of bricks. But in my defense, it's been 5 hours. So, You know, I normally stream for like 3. But this has been fun. At least this has been fun for me. I hope it's been fun for you guys. I'd read that stuff like a good book, but I understand that everybody's fascinated. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way as I'm like, I like to propose this stuff of like putting it up in places, and I'm like, I like reading this stuff, but you know, I know not everybody does, and people are like, I love reading this stuff, and then they never do, and I'm like, ah, gotcha, case in point. Because it's a lot. It's a lot to read through, even if it's fun, it's a lot to read through and digest, and I understand that, you know? You know? Oh, let me take out my cup. There we go, because I'm done working now. Yeah. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you guys for keeping me company and chatting with me about like your games and your characters and your game ideas, and then helping me with the list, helping me with the lineages and stuff, coming on the lovely orc research that we did. That was fun. We learned that tiny baby orcs are called squeakers, which is adorable and perfect. That was fun. Let me see. Let me go back to Twitch. Let me mute my tab and stop staring at you. Yeah, it's been fun. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me, especially for such a long stream on a Saturday. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Who is streaming and what are they streaming? Oh shit! Whoa. Okay. I was like, I clicked on see all and it took me to a new page and I got scared. Erie streaming. Let's go visit Erie. Let's go visit Erie. Where's my raid button? My raid button, there it is. And also, I also have to stop streaming because I gotta pee really bad. So, mute tab. Okay. We're gonna go say hi to Erie. Erie is currently playing Trials of Mana Seiken Densetsu 3 for the Super Nintendo 1995. They're on part 8. So if this is a game that you don't want spoilers in, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on in it. But we'll go say hi. Erie's really cool and nice. So go be friendly, go drop your favorite emotes, whether they're from this channel or your channel, or you can use the Twitch Global. I'm gonna just use those. The stream elements, that's a follower emote. So if you're subscribed, you can use that emote, the little heart bunny. If you're subscribed, you can use it on other channels. If you're not subscribed, sadly, you can't. I'm sorry. If I could, I would, but I can't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that's all I got. I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know what's happening. Hopefully I'll stream Paper Mario on Monday night. I may be too lost in Final Fantasy sauce. I'm gonna be so super honest with you guys. But we'll see. But if I don't stream tomorrow, exactly who I wanted to see. If I don't stream tomorrow, make sure you go check out Spencer Scrumpus Streams. He's having a community day. And if I do stream tomorrow, we'll probably just raid into him. So either way, you should end up there and go hang out. And that's all I got, I think. Oh, I'm also doing your character here's. So if you want a cute little guy, like in the corner, in the bottom left, you want a cute little guy, hit me up. It's only 40 bucks. And if you don't want one, that's okay too. I'll be working on this stuff that we've been working on all day. I'm playing Final Fantasy. Okay, that's all I got. You did get your cute little guy, and thank you! Thank you, and to Kume too. Thank you both for your commissions. They were very fun and delightful. I know I don't sound enthused because I'm extremely sleepy and hot, but I was enthused to work on them, so thank you. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys over to Erie. Go say hi, go be friendly, go be nice. You guys are always nice though, so I'm not worried about it. I think that's all I got. That's all I got. I'm gonna put you on the ending screen. That's gonna be me. Nice cold glass of ginger ale and some crackers. That's the game plan. Alright, I'm gonna start raid. Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Thanks guys again for hanging out. Stay cool, make sure you're staying hydrated. If you're going outside into the sun, put on sunscreen. And take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys around. Bye. 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 Bye.